I'm Sangeeta Menon.
Namaste, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know whether you were speaking to me or somebody else. So nice to see you here. And thank you once again for having me here. And namaste to all the dignitaries.
It's an honor, sir.
On
It's
the
an honor,
dais, I
madam.
should say. Yeah. So very nice.
Professor Sangeeta Menon, this is Nataraju from Philosophy Department. Namaste.
Namaste, Professor Nataraju. It's so nice to see you. And I really hope we can continue our discussions beyond this meeting.
Oh, yeah.
And, Assam is one place, Department of Philosophy is one place I wanted to visit. And in fact, me and Professor Munmun was talking, some time back. If it was not for the pandemic situation, maybe we would have all met there. So very nice meeting you, Professor Nataraju.
Definitely, yeah. We all joined your lecture series program, Arindam Chakravarti's talk, and you had series of talks last year.
Yeah, the Sanskrit series.
Our right. Scholars were joining. We shared in the group, and then
Okay, that's really nice.
That's good too.
Sir, shall I start then, or we should wait for Professor
I'm just a few seconds. I'm just calling Professor Murthy. Otherwise, we can start. That's all. Just
namaste.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste. I just was a little.
No need to now connect our phone. It's okay. Good to see you, sir. Namaste.
Just a little hiccup between phones and all that. Namaste.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah. Vice Chancellor, sir, with your permission, can we start?
Yes. Namaste to all. Namaste to all. It's good to see all of you. Welcome to this international seminar.
Yeah, Munmun, Dr. Munmun, please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Assam University, Professor Rajiv Mohan Pant, the chief guest of today's program, Professor G.S. Murthy, National Coordinator, ITS Division, AICT, New Delhi, Director of Assam University, ITS Center, Professor Adarshapalli Nataraju, our most respected keynote speaker, Professor Sangeeta Menon, Dean School of Humanities, Head NIAS Consciousness Studies Program, Bengaluru, our esteemed invited speakers across the globe, distinguished guests, faculty members from various colleges, universities, research scholars, and my dear students. Wishing you all a very good morning. And I'm delighted and honored to welcome you all to this two-day international conference on the theme, The Quest for Consciousness, Indian and Western Philosophical Approaches. This is organized by IKS, Assam University Center, and it is the second program in the series that Assam University IKS Center has initiated. Let me now very briefly present the theme of the conference. As we all know that the quest for consciousness is not new. It has started many centuries before, and particularly we know in the context of Indian philosophy, it is as old as Vedas and Upanishads. And even today, it is rapidly expanding. We know today consciousness studies has become one of the most popular and highly debatable academic domains. Not only philosophers, even it has drawn attention of psychologists, biologists, anthropologists, sociologists, cognitive scientists, neuroscientists, even people from religion or who are practicing spirituality, all become curious in revealing the subtle, complex nature of consciousness. It's a multidimensional, multidisciplinary concept, and there are so many philosophical, scientific, psychological challenges related to it. But I think the sole reason for which consciousness studies has become a big challenge, or for which we consider it as a hard problem today, is that consciousness is a subjective experience, a first-person experience, and unlike any object of our experience, there is an intrinsic sense of I or I-ness that is associated with all our subjective experience. And this is something that we cannot apprehend, cannot know the way we know any other material thing in this world. I think this is one of the toughest problem, and it is important, therefore, that we must address some of the major issues related to subjectivity or conscious experience from multiple dimensions. But here our focus is that we want to particularly understand this problem from Indian perspectives, because we know that great thinkers of different systems like Vedanta, Tantra, Shankhya, Buddhism, even Nyaya, they have done enormous work, and that can be explored, that can be expanded even today for a better comprehension of the problem, and also to see their relevance in contemporary consciousness studies. In fact, here I would like to mention that today many contemporary Western thinkers, leading contemporary Western thinkers like Jonathan Gannery, even Thompson, Mark Sidris, even our Professor Lawrence, who is making presentation today evening, and including David Chalmers, I would say they are trying to create a global platform by drawing ideas, views from several non-Western traditions to address the issues related to the subjectivity and conscious experience. In fact, I would say that by doing this, they have opened a door for a cross-cultural exchange of ideas and discussion. I want to say that this conference firmly holds this novel positive attitude of these contemporary thinkers, and that wants to see these subtle problems related to consciousness or subjectivity, particularly through the lens of Indian philosophy. We know that modern contemporary philosophers of mind, cognitive scientists, neuroscientists, they are doing a lot of work, research, and they have even revealed many unknown facts about the nature or function of mental states, brain functions, neuron activities. Many of them even claim that heart problem has been solved, and many of them, we know, they have denied to accept any heart problem because for them there is no such thing apart from brain and physical body. But we know that what we call subjectivity or the essence of consciousness is something still remained as a problem. And it is very important, very essential today that we consider, we assess this problem from Indian philosophical perspective to enrich and to extend contemporary discussion and debate on consciousness. We cannot claim that, or we cannot promise that we can resolve all the problem, we can answer all the problem for all the subtle questions, but at least we know that we can contribute in a significant way in contemporary studies. With this note, once again, I welcome you all to this virtual assembly in our quest for consciousness, and we look forward to have some very intense, lively, and effective discussion in these 2 days. Thank you, everyone, and hearty welcome. May I now invite the Director of Assam University IKS Center, Professor Adesapalli Nataraju, to deliver the welcome address on behalf of the Center. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Munmoon, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Rajiv Mohan Pant, Chief Guest for today's inaugural, Professor Ganti Suryanarayan Murthy Garu, is Professor at IIT, National Coordinator, IKS Division, AICTE. Welcome you. It's good to have you on this program. And our keynote speaker, Professor Sangeeta Menon from IIS Bengaluru, and she is Dean, School of Humanities, Consciousness Studies Program. And Professor Milan joined from Manipur, Professor Lakshmikant Padi from North Bengal University, and several others who joined in between. I couldn't see them. I welcome all of you on behalf of this IKS Center. Let me first it's a star lineup of speakers that I see. You have got, the who is who in philosophy doing consciousness studies. She was working last 4 to 5 months to bring in, people who are connected to this theme. You have Professor Alex Watson from Ashoka University, Ramaprasad Chakravarti from UK, and then several Indian professors. The senior most, Professor Raghunath Ghosh, Professor R.C. Pradhan, Professor R.P. Singh from JNU, and our keynote speaker. Then there is Professor Milan, and then Dr. Shakuntala, several, and then matched up with the younger faculty as well. Around 10 research scholars are presenting papers or working on these on this area. It's a star lineup, as I said. It's like, Ganguly, Lakshman, Tendulkar all batting together. It's that kind of a lineup. Good, Dr. Munmoon. It's good to see you growing in stature by the day. And as far as the center is concerned, I limit myself to a few minutes of remarks. And when I get opportunity during these 2 days, I will read my full-fledged paper if there are absentees or something. A few remarks on this center is that, it's the New Education Policy Initiative, and we have Professor Murthy with us. He will share more, he will shed light on this. This center just started a few months ago with 4 themes, one in agricultural engineering, one from MBA and commerce, and the other from social work, and one from philosophy. In philosophy, theme is what Dr. Munmoon was narrating just now. This is a theme that we are working in philosophy. And the center is based on certain philosophical ideas. Like, let me quote K.C. Bhattacharya, which is the basic philosophy of the center. K.C. Bhattacharya, in his paper, Swaraj in Ideas, deals with the distinction between cultural subjection and cultural assimilation. So he explains the dangers of cultural subjection and argues that it is the suppression of one's traditional caste of ideas and sentiments without comparison or competition by new caste representing an alien culture. In his article, he stressed the need to make our own distinctive estimates and evaluation of foreign philosophies. So that's the theme. That's the philosophy that we adhere to in this center. He is not in favor of hybridization of ideas, patchwork of ideas of different cultures. So that's the philosophy for the center when we do work. And KCB recommended that one need not accept the foreign valuations or appraisals of our culture. He was very much supporting the need for a translation of all foreign ideas into our native ideas and thinking in our own concepts. So the center actually works. Can we do philosophy with the words that we use from our own tradition, the concepts that we have, the theories that we have, and then look at the European theories and concepts and words, etc. It is like doing philosophy and thinking in a tradition, within a tradition. We can't think outside the tradition. Is a philosophical perspective. It's not a political agenda. It's not a. It's a strong philosophical perspective by Radhakrishnan, K.C. Bhattacharya's, and others, that thinking is done within a tradition. We don't do patchwork of ideas. If I can give you an example, if you have a Semitic religion, an idea of God, say for example, and we use it loosely when we do philosophy of religion or Vedic religion or Hindu religion, we are making hell of a mistake, because We have several layers of meanings, starting from the concept of Devata, followed by Ishvara, followed by Atman Brahman, followed by Paramatman. You have 4 layered words that are used to express. And if we just replace it with a God and then keep doing philosophy, we are doing a mistake. So that's the idea of the center, is to use, we have a reference to Jain Mohanty when he writes introduction in Kant Darshaner Tatparyo, implications of Kant's philosophy. He says, can we use words, concepts, theories from this tradition, from the Indian tradition, Darshana schools, and then do philosophy? It was the other way around all these years, last 200 years. You pick up a Hegel's absolute or compare it with Shankara, or you pick up Kant's philosophy and then compare it with Shankara. So it's the reversing of the model which we see in a KCB, in R. Balasubramanian and others. That's what we aim to do at this center. So we can think effectively only when we think in terms of indigenous ideas that pulsate in the life and minds of the masses. The need to return to the cultural stratum of the real Indian people and to evolve a culture along with them suited to the times was emphasized by K.C. Bhattacharya, Aurobindo, Radhakrishnan, etc. Radhakrishnan says in one place, we cannot cut ourselves off from the springs of our life. Further, he says, there is nothing wrong in observing the culture of other peoples, only we must enhance, raise and purify the elements we take over, combine them with the best in our own. Our philosophical tradition should be the basis for our present philosophical approach. So that's a philosophical perspective that this center works with. And thank you, Professor Murthy Garu, for sanctioning, it's a financial assistance that keeps us moving. And a series of workshops, publications will come out with this perspective. And coming to this seminar, I have few remarks to make. There is a keynote speaker and others to take it on, and around 30 papers to deal with the subject matter. With few remarks, I will end it here. Wonderful question, classical question was raised by Shankara and was further commented by Vachaspati Mishra in his Bhamati on Shankara Bhashya, Brahma Sutra Bhashya. And that question is, do we know anything about self or consciousness or not? It's a classical question by Shankara, and it was further commented by Vachaspati so well. Do we know anything at all? And then Vachaspati comments, if we know about self or consciousness, we need not conduct seminars and write things and discuss. If we do not know, we can't discuss. It is such a paradoxical situation. Vachaspati goes to say, hey, do we know it all? If we know, then we can stop it there. And that was the Purva Paksha raised by the great Acharya, followed up by the tradition. And the Siddhanta that they come across in doing Brahma Sutra was, we know in our awareness, waking, dream, and deep sleep, there is a ground which we are always aware of, which can't be expressed in words, which can't be put in language, but there is a ground that is always, that awareness is always there. We know something about self and consciousness. We don't know much about it. Therefore, the inquiry continues. That's how Vachaspati Mishra continues the commentary in Bhamati. Therefore, the seminar makes is meaningful after 5,000-year-old discussions in consciousness. As John Sarn puts it, we have not yet mapped and understood consciousness. And therefore, he questions all people talking about artificial intelligence, etc., etc. He says, that's all, on the wrong footing, because we have not mapped consciousness at all. Unless we do it, we can't reproduce it. So therefore, our inability that you just can't talk about artificial intelligence because we don't know what intelligence is. It's working at a different level altogether. So we are talking about the ground of waking experiences, dream experiences, deep sleep experiences, etc., which is present in Buddhist Theravada sutras, Shadharma Pundarika sutras, and Nikaya literature. And people have interpreted Buddhist and Upanishadic philosophies as antagonistic each other, and then Anatmavada is against Atmavada of the Upanishads, etc., blah blah. But that doesn't seem to be the case. If we go through the literature, Buddhist literature and Upanishadic literature, we have Anatmata discussed at Vyavaharika level by the Upanishads itself. Upanishads Neti model of doing Panchakosha Vichara, considering person as bodily subject and then denying it. Annam Brahmeti Vyajana, Taittiriya Upanishad, Annadyeva Kalvimani Bhutani Jayante, Yena Jatani Jivanti Yat Prayatsa Bhisam Vishanti, Tad Vijignyasatsa, etc. Considering bodily subject as Atman and then following the Neti model of denying how it's not the Atman is exactly what you see a resonance in Buddhist Anatmavada. We can't compare a Brahman and Atmavada with the Buddhist Anatmavada. Is a reflection that I have after a couple of decades of study of both the systems. So there are several papers on Buddhist philosophy, several on Vedanta, several on, you have several European catchy words these days, panpsychism, epiphenomenalism, and then hard problems. These Europeans are very good at branding and marketing. Probably we miss all that. They come with a new name, buzzword every other day, and then marketing across the globe, as though it's a very good original invention, etc. We lack in that perspective anyway. But so many theories to deal with. It is such a wonderful area, as I started saying. Only because we have not mapped intelligence, we have not mapped the ground of our experiences. We have not understood what is Tathata, Tathagatata, Tathagata Garbha. We have not understood what that Brahman is. And therefore, it's very interesting. And Dr. Munmoon, again, I congratulate you. N number of seminars and N number of writings deserve to be done. As I said, once we map it like Vishwamitra created a Trishanku, we can create consciousness. As long as we have not done it, we need to pursue our research. We need to pursue our studies. I will end these remarks with by saying that, which of course, if I get time, as I said, I'll speak on. Whenever we speak of self and consciousness in Vedanta tradition, at least it is that of the language of Samadhi Bhasha. What a beautiful phrase by Radhakrishnan in Brahmasutra Bhashya introduction. It's the language of Samadhi, it's a language of meditation, Dhyana Bhasha. And for Naishkarmya Siddhis, Vachaspati Mishra, it is Nididhyasana Bhasha. For Shankara's Upadesha Sahasri, it is Parisankhyana Paddhati. So many, it's the meditative language, and therefore, for younger scholars and younger faculty, one needs to understand the contradictions built into language, contradictions built into our thought process when we talk about self or consciousness. That's the recognition of the Upanishads. That's what is recognized by the Buddha in his teachings. So it's a recognition of yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha na tatra chakshur gacchati na vag gacchati chet no manaha. The minds and words do not reach is the teaching of the Upanishads. But yet there is always that attempt to understand, grasp within our limitations that we have. That's the beautiful paradoxicality that we have. Something ungraspable, we conduct conferences, we write books, and then yet say that, look, this is not grasped by any categories of intellect. That was the whole life mission of the Buddha, to say that, look, you can't put into the categories of language. And that was the language of the Upanishads, of the Neti model. There is no positive writings on Satyam, Gnanam, Anantam, Brahma is negatively described. Satyam as what is not Asat, Gnanam as what is not Achit, Anantam as what is not. And there is that negative language in all these schools. Is a reflection, which I will, explore in my paper as and when I get an opportunity through these 2 days. With these reflections, I now hand over. are you inviting Dr. Moon? You will, yeah, please take, I'll leave it to Dr. Moon, welcoming all of you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for giving a brief outline of ITS Center at Assam University, and also for sharing your valuable insights on the theme. And of course, I thank you for all your support and guidance. Without that, I cannot think of doing this. Thank you so much, sir. May I now like to request Chief Guest of today's program, Professor G.S. Murthy, National Coordinator, ITS Division, AICT, New Delhi, to address our esteemed speakers and participants of the conference. Sir, please.
Om Matubhyo Namaha, Pitrubhyo Namaha, Gurubhyo Namaha, Sabhaye Namaha, Sabhavati Namo Namaha. A very warm namaskar to all of you, and especially to my Professor Rajiv Pantji, who is my teacher too, in addition to being the Vice Chancellor of Assam University. Namaste, sir. And nice to see you, Natarajji Garu. Nice to see you all. And a very humble pranams to all the distinguished speakers and participants. A warm pranams to you all. So wonderful to see the center come up. And I'm really, really happy to see the kind of discussions that are going on, and the kind of things that you have brought up, the kind of team that you have there that is talking about sustainable agriculture on one hand, and then consciousness studies, and then delving into that part of that consciousness thing, which is and looking into the trade and all those practices of the Northeast. Again, Northeast is very close to my heart. I grew up in Northeast, so to see all those things come up is so. I'm so grateful that you all basically put together such a wonderful proposal. Nataraju, you said that you are thankful to me for giving this center. I want to correct you there. I did not give you this. It was the merit of your proposal, which got selected from about 150 proposals that were submitted from all over the country. This is one of the 13 centers that was selected. So this is purely due to the merit of the team that we have assembled, and I would like to congratulate you all for doing that. And the kind of things that you have been saying, and the theme of this conference is something very close to my heart. And you have talked about, the quest for consciousness. Who doesn't, all sentient beings have that question of knowing, that quest of knowing who am I? And to see that being debated with all these scholars, and also you mentioned about the Neti philosophy of the Vedas, and then we also were talking about Kenopanishad somewhere, where Chakshu doesn't go, Shrotram doesn't go and all. But then there is hope, I guess, in the sense that the same Kenopanishad also says, Anyadeva iti shushuma purvesham yenastadvat chakshire. So, there is hope, and I hope that when the Upanishad says iti shushuma purvesham, I think listening to also scholars, there is some hope that we can at least think about it. And again, I think same thing is echoed by many, many scholars across in this land, and I see that there is a lot of Buddhist philosophy that is being talked, that is going to be discussed in the next 2 days, and there is a lot of Shankara's words, and then Hegel and Kant, they are going to be talked about, and that confluence of ideas is essentially what we have been known for. That is the nature of our civilization, to be inquiring, questioning everything, and it's very good to see all that. And just to again basically talk about even this thing, Ramana Maharshi also says the same thing, right? That who am I is the question, that the fundamental question that he asks us to all think about. And then I think he was putting it in a, I shouldn't say simpler, but yeah, somewhat kind of a simpler way than the Panchakosha Vidya of the Taittiriya Upanishad, which talks about it. But again, Panchakosha Vidya is for the research scholar, that the whole Bhagavalli is the same thing that we follow with a research scholar. We say, okay, you find something out, go back and then do the study again. And that is a kind of questioning thing that we encourage. But then this Ramana Maharshi's thing was about, okay, there is these, ultimately, these are very fundamental truths that we all know inside us, because all sentient beings are conscious. And then this is not a simple philosophical debate, but it's also at the forefront of where the science is going, because biology has almost hit a dead end with understanding what is life. And I think that consciousness, understanding these things is going to be the very, very important thing. And the whole Renaissance that spawned this reductionist abstractions of looking at biology from a chemistry and biochemistry point of view is essentially converging back again to that Vedantic philosophy of how these things are all so connected, and essentially it is all an integrated part of the whole Brahman and Parabrahma Swarupa, essentially Jagan Mithya. If we talk about Shankara's thing, Brahma Satyam or Ishavasya Idam Sarvam, there is divinity in everything that we see, and I think that is also not simply a philosophical debate as such, because right now the kind of existential crises that we are in has come up because partly these kind of the science, the evolution of science, the way that it has done, and the technological, the foundations of philosophy that underlie the technological revolutions are responsible for some of the unsustainable trajectories that whole humanity is in today. And if we want our humanity to basically come back again and then prosper on a more sustainable trajectory that is not just environmentally friendly but strives for the welfare of all, that Indian path, that Indian way that we can think about can come from these philosophies. So it is not an empty exercise. I would urge you to think about the huge practical implications that are there when we take these philosophies and then these things get carried into the society. And so with those few words, I'm not an expert on any of these. Only few things I know are from my traditional study of the Upanishads and things like that. But I'm not a philosopher as such. I'm a hardcore engineer, so I'm more comfortable with equations and modeling. So, but then it will be wonderful to listen to you all. I think it was one of the American poets who said it, right? That it is better to keep quiet than to open your mouth and remove the. So I would rather keep quiet now, and then would like to listen to you all for next 2 days. With those few words, I would like to again congratulate Assam University and the team led by Professor Nataraj Garu on this wonderful IKS center that you have started. And as I promised, I'm going to come to you again and visit you all there. And also this, hopefully you'll have a wonderful 2-day conference, and I will be listening to it whenever possible. And I would like to listen to many talks. I have seen wonderful talks. I will be listening in again. And also, this is a call out to everybody, other scholars on the panel here, and everybody listening. IKS division supports these kind of things, these kind of research, and we are not about simply Indian knowledge systems is not simply about Vedas and things like that, but we also are about all kinds of philosophies, all philosophical traditions of India. We also look into all technological traditions of India, and we are blending all of these to solve what we are calling as existential crises and current societal problems. So Nataraj Garu's team has got an IKS center. We'll be opening up the call for IKS centers again. Hopefully in the end of this month, by end of this month, there'll be notice coming up, and you can all visit our website, iksindia.org. We are hoping to make an announcement on 30th of August. And don't hold me to that date, and we are trying our best to make sure that is there, maybe a day before or later, but it will be done by end of this month. So there will be a call for proposals for establishing centers. There are also a call for research proposals that integrate modern methodologies and the Indian knowledge systems, Bharati Jnana Parampara, and all kinds of opportunities are there in that. And also to mentor younger scholars, there is a big possibility of offering internships. We currently are offering internships to about 450 interns right now. And this year we have offered it to about 850 interns. So there are opportunities for even undergrad students to participate and work under you on a topic that you may think is something that is worth pursuing. And with all those opportunities that are there, I would urge you all to please take a look at the iksindia.org website, and then for many, many opportunities to see how you can participate in all of these and then advance this whole field further. And again, with those few words, I would like to listen to what all you will be deliberating about, and I would like to take it. Namaste. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom, and also for telling us about the vision and objectives of IKS. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. May I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor of Assam University, Professor Rajiv Mohan Pant, to deliver the inaugural. Sir, please.
Okay. Thank you, and namaskar, Professor Murthy, our chief guest of the day, Professor Nataraju, Professor Munmun, esteemed resource persons who are going to enlighten us during these 2 days international conference. Very good morning to you all. Namaskar. I'm really happy to learn that this conference on the quest for consciousness, Indian and Western philosophical approaches, is taking place here in Assam University under the able guidance of Professor Nataraju, and Professor Munmun is coordinating. I'm so happy, and I congratulate both of you for this wonderful initiative. And I also take the opportunity to thank Professor Murthy to spare some time to be with us. He mentioned that he's my student, but it is always it's a rare opportunity for a teacher to welcome his student as a chief guest of this intellectual endeavor. I mean, I'm so happy that Professor Murthy has risen to such a level that we all look forward to listening to him and being enlightened by him now. So I extend a very warm welcome to you all to this 2 days conference, and I'm told that very learned scholars will be with us to enlighten us. Professor Sangeeta is already there, Swami Medhanandaji, Professor Millan, Professor Ram Prasad from UK, Professor Ramesh Pradhanji is there, Professor Sthaneshwar Timal Sinhaji is there, Raghunathji is there, Professor R.P. Singh, Professor David, Professor Bindu. I mean, a list is long, and I'm told that even 30 scholars will be making their presentation here. And I'm sure it's going to be a great opportunity to learn for all of us. This is one question that we all try to basically, find answer to. In fact, since time immemorial, there is a quest for truth, quest for knowing oneself. Who am I? I mean, Professor Nataraju mentioned that Vachaspati or Sankara, they know that they have already written somewhere that we know something. We do not know many things. So this quest is on, and we still try to find answers to this question: who am I? Is it just a physical entity? Are we just a physical entity, or beyond that? So this quest continues. Are we mortals, or there is something which is immortal there inside this body? So this Gita says that consciousness is immutable, immovable, cannot be burned, cannot be destroyed. So we have many philosophers who have dwelt on these issues. I'm not a man of philosophy, so lesser I speak, better it is for me. But I have learned that there are many philosophers who have dwelt on these things: Oriental philosophy, Occidental philosophy, and ultimately target basically is the same, that we try to find out the answer to the basic questions: what is truth? I'm sure this 2 days conference, we have very enlightened speakers, and they will be able to give us some idea about this. We are going for this quest for truth is continuing, and this will continue. This is there since time immemorial, and this is going to be, for an infinite period. Only thing is, we have to find out. We must make an attempt to find out the answers to these basic things. And I'm sure in these 2 days' time, scholars will be addressing to this basic question, and we will definitely, as Munmunji mentioned, that we may not be able to give a definite answer to these basic questions. We may not have a definite answer to this consciousness, but something will come out which will enlighten us, which will find very enlightening. So I welcome, I thank all the resource persons, enlightened people who would be who are with us to enlighten us on these issues. I extend a warm welcome to you all, and I also express my gratitude for being with us on this 2 days conference. As Professor Sangeeta ji expressed her desire to visit our campus, I extend a warm invitation to all the resource persons to please visit our campus. It's a beautiful campus, perched in the serenity of Mother Nature, ideal place for meditation, an ideal place to basically look for answers to this kind of you know deeper questions. So I extend a very warm invitation to all of you to visit our campus and spend some time and enlighten us on various issues. I wish this conference a great success. I would like to thank Professor Murthy to find time out of his very busy schedule to be with us. It's really very, very motivating. And I congratulate Munmunji and Professor Natraju and the whole team of IKS Assam University to have come out with this kind of proposition. And I'm sure in future we'll come out with many more such events. Thank you and wish you a very happy and very great learning sessions in next 2 days. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable words. Thank you for your words of encouragement. And I must say, sir, you are the heart of this center. And we are very much thankful to you for all your support and guidance. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Let us now have the honor of listening our keynote speaker of today's inaugural session, Professor Sangeeta Menon. But before I invite Madam, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce her formally. Professor Sangeeta Menon is a philosopher psychologist. She currently heads the NIAS Consciousness Studies program and is the professor and dean of the School of Humanities at NIAS. Her major area of research is in philosophy of psychology. Her expertise is in Indian philosophy, consciousness studies, philosophy of psychology, philosophy and psychology of self, bio-neuroethics, and neurophilosophy. Professor Menon has been working in the area of consciousness studies for over 20 years. She has given numerous lectures and presentations in her country and also in the United States, Europe, Australia on wide-ranging issues related to consciousness, mind, science, spirituality, interface, etc. Her publications covers areas that concern consciousness studies, brain sciences, altruism, aesthetics, Indian psychology, science, spirituality, art, dialogues. The Journal of Transpersonal Psychology and the Association for Transpersonal Psychology have published reports on her research work and contribution to theories of self-transformation. She has several publications in peer-reviewed journals and has contributed chapters on a variety of issues relating to science and religion, self, mind, and consciousness. Some of her latest books published by Springer are Brain, Self, and Consciousness, Explaining the Conspiracy of Experience, and the edited volume, Interdisciplinary Perspectives on Consciousness and the Self. Her other books include The Beyond Experience, Consciousness in Bhagavad Gita, Consciousness, Experience, and Ways of Knowing, Perspectives from Science, Philosophy, and the Art, Science and Beyond, Cosmology, Consciousness, and Technology in Indic Tradition, Consciousness and Genetics, Scientific and Philosophical Studies on Consciousness, and Dialogues, Philosopher Meets the Sphere. One of her primary contributions in consciousness studies is in presenting and engaging with the concept and experience of self from the neurobiological and philosophical point of views and theorizing a self-challenged brain and brain-challenged self. Professor Menon's works have been published by Springer, Oxford University Press, Cambridge University Press, Pearson Education, International Society for Science and Religion, Nanzan Institute for Religion and Culture, Japan, Munshia Manoharlal Publication, and many others. Today, she is going to talk on consciousness and self interdisciplinary insights. Now, I request Madam to kindly deliver her keynote address. Madam, please.
Namaste to all of you, and thank you, Professor Munmun, for the kind introduction. Namaste to Professor Nataraju, and Vice Chancellor Dr. Rajiv Pant. And also it's wonderful to meet Dr. Gandhi S. Murthy, about whom I've heard recently quite a bit. And also namaste to all the dignitaries and all the friends there. I hope one day we all can meet in person and discuss about consciousness, because consciousness is about the person, isn't it? Consciousness is about you and me. Consciousness is about experience. Consciousness is about what makes you and me the you and me. One of the fundamental, interesting points, characteristics about consciousness is that there is a subjective quality about consciousness, which means you are different from me, and we all are different from each other. What makes Professor Munmun, Professor Nataraju, and others is something which is very special about consciousness. And the debates over a period of time focused on this subjective quality. And this crosses historical times. If you take 3,000 years back or the contemporary day, the discussion is on the subject. And this is something which we have to remember very well. Because when we say consciousness, each one of us talk about consciousness in a particular point, from a particular point of view. But what is that which we are discussing is a very important question. And another important question is, why do we want to talk about consciousness? And what makes consciousness so important, particularly in the contemporary world, in the pandemic world where we are living? What is the contribution of a discussion on consciousness? That also is important. And why I say this introduction is, in general, philosophy has been labeled as something very intellectual, very cerebral, and only a few privileged people can get together and talk about it. Is philosophy so privileged that we cannot include the person on the street? In fact, if you look at the philosophers from the East and the West and South and North, good philosophers or philosophers who practice what they talk about are actually interested in the street, on the roadside, on the nooks and corners of the village. They're all walkers. They walked miles and miles and miles, whether we consider the philosophers from India, Greek, or any other places, because they were interested in meeting people. People are so important when it comes to philosophy, though there is an expression of armchair philosophy, which means philosophers who just sit on the chair and do philosophy. So can we actually do philosophy just sitting on our chair? That question is answered in negative when consciousness studies came into the picture. This consciousness studies is all about the person. It's all about what makes a person he or she is. Well, it's a bit difficult for me not to see people and talk. I'm not used to that because in our own courses and meetings, we say we should not do a voyeuristic listening, because listening means you have to see the person, right? I mean, so I request some of you to just come on. After all, it's a discussion on consciousness, right? And I see now rectangles with names. They are nice names, nice rectangles, but I'm assuming I'm talking to people and not the rectangles, which is being beautifully aligned by this Zoom platform. But request others, if possible, to show your videos, show your cameras, because at any case, we are having this conversation on consciousness. Consciousness is about the face of the mind. The face represents the mind. And why do we say this? There's a lot of comparative discussion on consciousness as the reflection of one's own self. the face of the self. So let me get back to what I was talking in the beginning, and I think I'll make it very short. There were a couple of ideas which Professor Munmun and Professor Nataraju mentioned as they are focusing for the center, which I think is very, very important. And one is the indigenous part. And the other is how do we bring in culture into what we are discussing. This is very, very important. And again, why I'm saying this is, we have to remember we live in the contemporary world. Please remember, we are able to meet now because of a technology which is completely interesting. A video platform for all of us to be together itself is something, a new idea. Perhaps an idea which got perfected in the pandemic time. But what is interesting is human tenacity, the willpower and imagination of each one of us who are sitting there in those rectangles. And some of you have kindly shown their faces as well. Thank you for that. So it is the tenacity, hope, grit, and willpower of each one of us that makes us a human being. There is a debate, particularly in the field of evolutionary biology and neuropsychology, that why do we consider the human individual as different from the ape? Because the prehensile thumb, the strategic tools which we make, of course, the tools which are really material tools, and thereafter the strategic tools which we make, we share with the larger ape world, a larger mammalian world. In fact, dolphins are so intelligent, you have to see how they perform as a group. So why is the human individual different? Why are we even talking about only consciousness as if it is something very privileged to the human species? And this is where I think the values of hope, imagination, and to be connected comes in. It's very important that we think about these ideas of connecting with people. Why consciousness studies got so much importance, perhaps in the last 20 to 25 years, is because of its power to connect with people. It is not because it is an abstract idea, because philosophy has always been talking about abstract ideas, right? Whether they're epistemological structures or metaphysical ideas or even theological ideas. They're so abstract enough. But then why consciousness? Consciousness because consciousness is the heart of the person who's sitting there and who is sitting anywhere in the world. We are talking about the heart of a person. What makes the person a person? But then that question is asked by political science. That question is asked by psychology a lot. Behavioral psychology, Freudian psychology, a lot. Why should philosophy ask about consciousness? Philosophy should ask about consciousness because as philosophers, we are interested in not only bringing a community together to see how we are connected with each other, but also how in our depth we can imagine differently and express more, which means what we are looking for is not an isolated, monological, monolithic entity in a very patronizing manner, sitting in a royal chair of consciousness. We are not looking at consciousness as a very royal entity, as the heavenly being sitting somewhere. No. We are looking at consciousness in the nooks and corners, in the bits and pieces of human life. And this is, I think, very important when we consider Indian philosophy as such. And why Indian philosophy has a lot to contribute to consciousness studies. If you look at Indian philosophies, whether they are of a particular metaphysical theoretical framework, which looks at reality as absolutistic, reality as multiple, plural, or reality as more of abstract, or reality as more of material origin, what we see is there is an interest not only to know, but to be. And this is exemplified by the Upanishadic discourses, the discussions. When people go to learned scholars and ask, what is consciousness? How do I know consciousness? You give a list of 20 books, or you give the books themselves and ask them to read them and get back. But then look at some of the rishis of the yore. What did they do? When people as a community went to a couple of sages, asking about what is consciousness, some of those rishis sent those inquirers for grazing the cows, or for looking or doing some work in your backyard of the guru for a few years, not just for 5-10 minutes and coming back. No, for a few years, and then come back and then ask, is your question sane? Has your question been refined? So a work which is very much involving the body, mind, and exposure to a different scenario is very important to ask questions about consciousness. It's very important to read books, but reading books gives you scholarship. Scholarship doesn't give you the beauty of consciousness. The beauty of consciousness is in how we imagine the depth and breadth of consciousness in the contemporary life we are living. So it is not only about knowing what is consciousness. It is not only about being what is talked about in a very metaphysical manner. It is also about living those metaphysical ideas in a very imaginative manner. And that is why we have none other than Abhinavagupta, who made some of the very revolutionary statements about consciousness. He brought in the idea of imagination as so central to understand consciousness, and even perhaps commenced certain dialogues with some of the absolutist thinkers who might have been misinterpreted as looking at consciousness in a very abstract manner. But then that's a different debate altogether. What I wanted to share with you is consciousness is something which is very indigenous, if I may use that word, because this is also the inauguration of the Indigenous Knowledge System Center. Why is consciousness indigenous? Again, I think Professor Nataraju, Professor Munmun, and others talked about it because it is so rooted in our culture. You cannot talk about consciousness of a machine because the machines have not accumulated a historical time period to develop culture. We cannot talk about the culture of a machine, though people are talking about it, arguing about it. But in greater consensus, we cannot talk about the culture of a machine. There has not been enough historic time. We can talk about consciousness in terms of culture when it comes to human individuals or even some other animal forms, because our behaviors, our thinking, our ideas, our worldview, and how we connect with people, this is very, very important. Because again, the interesting feature of consciousness is that it is not just a brain power. It is not just a cognitive capacity. It is not just a cerebral mechanism, though we talk about it. It is a beautiful expression of the human individual, which makes his or her so central in the whole history of life. If you look at the history of life in this planet, at least, because that's all what we know, as humans, as human individuals, we care for another person. We love another person. We want a collective possibility for us to move forward, even in very daring challenges. But when it comes to collective approaches, collective connectors of individuals, there are very, very important ideas which we have to keep in mind. And one of this is empathy. And the second is communication. And the third is self. In fact, all these three are connected. And these three are markers of consciousness. Scientifically, too, this has been discussed quite a bit. When we talk about empathy, we have mirror neurons and so on. When you talk about communication, how the brain itself adjusts and reorders its functions when there is challenge in a particular cortical area. And self is so important that even in artificial intelligence discussion, one of the biggest challenge for researchers in artificial intelligence to talk about consciousness is, how do we understand the self of a machine? Can the machine have a self at all? If the machine has a self, what is that self made of? So when we understand self, or when we talk about self, please remember, we are not talking about just a few abstract ideas, but we are talking about each day of our life, using that self or expressing ourself or building that self. And that is why the self cannot be a tiny little thing sitting somewhere, again, as expressed in one of the Upanishads, that it is so small that it is smaller than the smaller and it is larger than the largest. Why are these metaphors brought in? These metaphors are brought in to break our conventional, limited ideas of understanding something as profound as consciousness. And when we, again, discuss understanding, or to put in more jargonated words, epistemological structures, those epistemological structures are not far away from a metaphysical depth, which means, again, the self is not just not alone a cultural identity or a religious identity, but something which is very profound, something which is very colorful, something which is very rich, that you can bring in the heaven to earth, or as Dr. Nadaraju quoted Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, how we invoke the springs of our life while we live, while we interact with people. So consciousness is so important today, and it has become so important today by being a very multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary topic that everybody is interested, is because consciousness is seen as the ultimate mystery in taking the human individual to the next frontier of space. It is not even about planetary travel, which we are talking about today, but we are talking about multidimensional travels, which gets involved as we discuss consciousness. The consciousness is the ultimate space which is beckoning us. And unless we realize, or unless we taste the sweetness of consciousness, unless we get tickled by the music of consciousness, unless we smell the beautiful aroma of consciousness, which again Abhinavagupta tried to bring in a very emphatic fashion through Kashmir Shaivism and his theories of consciousness, we may not be understanding consciousness in its true manner, because we cannot relegate consciousness into a small entity, an idea, or even a particular identity. It is so metaphysical that it has to be deepened at every level and layer of depth which we reach. So the meaning of depth itself is that it is a depthless depth, which means, again, it's not like deepening into a particular depth and then you suddenly realize, or you go up up and up, and then you suddenly realize. These are all hierarchies and linear comparisons, which comes from our spatiotemporal making of our human mind. So that's why consciousness is also, interestingly, something which is beyond the cognitive structures, the cognitive capabilities. It is also something which connects us through empathy. It is something which connects us through love. It is our ability to imagine beyond what a human mind is able to imagine. So that is the power of consciousness. It makes people to someone who is extraordinary, something which is extraordinary. So it is that extraordinary nature of consciousness that we are all interested. And there's a lot of discussion on the importance of Indian philosophy. If Indian philosophy is so important, that's because Indian philosophers from antiquity, at least, I don't know about current times, but at least in the antiquity, philosophers from India believed in living the philosophy, in translating that philosophy into daily action, into a theory of action, into a theory of knowledge, at the same time, percolating the aroma of consciousness far and wide. So there is a transformative element in consciousness studies. The study of consciousness is very transformative. It makes you a different person. It makes your neighbor a different person, not just you. So what I mentioned earlier, how we connect with each other, how we translate the transcendence, which we think is abstract, into a lesson of life, a syllabus for life, is very important. And one of the main questions in consciousness studies, which is the hard problem, or what makes an experiencer an experience, or what gives the quality of experience to experience, is all about self, is all about connecting consciousness, is all about making consciousness not an abstract entity, not an abstract identity even. So there are people from social sciences, let alone evolutionary biology and neurobiology, who are interested in consciousness. People are in language studies interested in consciousness. Many people believe that consciousness was a product of the linguistic betterment in culture. But then all these ideas are very interesting positions, but none of these positions can actually encompass consciousness as a very, very deep entity, as a very, very broad entity, as a very, very enigmatic entity, as well as a profound entity. In fact, when we talk about consciousness, we have to remember that any initiative to understand consciousness at the same time, a deepening and a broadening manner will be a game changer. It's going to change communities. It's going to change how people think about others, which means it's going to bring in societal changes. It's going to bring in more well-being into your and my life. After all, what is philosophy interested in? Or what's a philosopher interested in? It's to create well-being, a well-being which takes mortality into another step, right? Because many philosophers talk about immortality or the nature of death and what happens to the human existence after death. And it's only by connecting to consciousness, by bringing consciousness not as a textbook entity, but as a phenomenon which grows more and more as you relate with it, which deepens more and more as you reflect more, which becomes a connector as you communicate better and better, is revealing again and again. So I will not go more into some of these ideas which I wanted to bring in. But then a couple of keywords, again, I want to repeat, is particularly if we are talking about Eastern philosophies, Indian philosophies, is that consciousness is not only about knowing, but it is about knowing and being. And it is not only about knowing and being, but it is about living. Unless we live philosophy, particularly philosophy of consciousness, we cannot bring a response to climate change. We cannot bring a response to artificial intelligence, which is influencing your and my life every day, even the moment we are talking now. So let me thank all of you for your patience and your existence, which I see in those names, in those rectangles, but I'm sure you exist there. And may I wish you a good life and good engagement with consciousness studies. And may I also encourage all of you to talk to Dr. Munmun, Dr. Nadaraju, how you can contribute to their center. Because a center means there need to be more people participation, more people involvement. So I encourage all of you to be in touch with Professor Munmun and Professor Nadaraju and all others of this center and see how you can be part of this life-changing goal with the center as taken in. So I wish you all the best. And I also thank you a lot for having me here. It has been a really good morning for me there. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for this wonderful, for this insightful, very, very comprehensive presentation. And thank you for enriching us. I mean, it's a great experience, I mean, for me and I think for everyone. I mean, you rightly said the thing that you mentioned about knowing consciousness is that it's not an abstract entity, it's not an isolated thing, something very indigenous, and we live in and through consciousness. So that's a most important point that we must accept, that it is about knowing, living, and also being conscious. And thank you, madam. Thank you for this wonderful, eye-opening lecture. And you just perfectly set the platform for our further discussion in this 2 days. And actually, we don't take questions after keynote address. So there is no scope for any discussion. So this is in some future, probably if we get chance, we can have some talk with you. We can have some lecture series with you, or we can plan something like that, and can get a chance to interact with you. But I wish you stay with us and attend our sessions. So we will also participate.
Yeah, Dr. Moon.
We can get a chance.
Dr. Moon.
Yes, sir.
I'll
sir,
just
please.
make one announcement and
Yes,
then
sir,
you
please.
go for the vote of thanks. Just one announcement, our workshop, then you can thank the people. Is that okay?
Sure, sir. Go ahead, sir, please.
Yeah. So, I mean, because so many participants are there, in continuation of these discussions on consciousness, we will be, holding a workshop, 7-day workshop at Lucknow ICPR Academic Center. That again through the Center for Indian Knowledge Systems. That will be from November 26 to December 2. So in a weekday's time, it will be uploaded on ICPR website. Please, those research scholars who are present here can apply, young faculty. So we are opening it up for the Department of Sanskrit, at the Languages Philosophy Department. So those who are into, studies of Vedanta, Buddhism, or other areas related to consciousness studies, you're all please welcome. November 26 this year. It's on Brahma Sutra with mostly the Shankara Bhashya, and in some places with the Ramanuja, Bhaskara, and Shri Kantha. You can apply in the Google Forms on the ICPR website. Your stay, food, and travel will be taken care by the ICPR. that's how. So that's an announcement, and the resource persons, some are here only, and then some will join. Professor Ramasubramanian has agreed. So on 26, 27, there will be Ramasubramanian from IIT Bombay, Humanities, Social Sciences professor. Ramasubramanian will take few classes. Again, Professor Satish Bhatt from National Sanskrit University, Tirupati, has agreed to be there. These are the traditional Pandits, and a couple of other Pandits from Banaras Hindu University have agreed. So we are mixing it up with a couple of philosophy department people and few traditional Sanskrit Pandits. And from philosophy side, we'll have Dr. Shakuntala from Guwahati. She has agreed to be there. And Dr. Milan has also agreed to be there. So we'll mix and match. See, generally, for Professor Mohanty, it is the traditional Pandits who are still preserving knowledge tradition, Darshana tradition of India. So we can tell him that no, even academic departments also have, have preserved the Darshana tradition, So very, very difficult. So the center, again, as I said, since there are a few minutes, Dr. Munmohan, before you can get on to the next session, actually,
please, sir.
is trying to bridge the gap. So the center also aims at, this is again another aim of the center, is to promote textbook readings, the originals. Most of our intellectual life in academic departments is bereft of referencing to the originals. So if it's Buddhist philosophy or Kashmir Shaivism or Vedanta, we expect people to be equipped with the language. And also if it's Buddhist, definitely one needs to do a few courses on Pali and then do the Nikaya literature, whether it is Anguttara Nikaya, Madhyama Nikaya, Digha Nikaya. One should be doing the sutra literature in the original text. And if it is Indian philosophy, definitely, the originals are in Sanskrit. So futuristically, we have plans to have workshops on the languages itself, Pali, Sanskrit, whether we can teach them to the younger faculty and research scholars. So that's another aim of the center. Professor Milan agrees with me and others that we lost touch with the original literature, and when we see that, then we know the kind of depth and significance of discussions that we have. Enormous depth in Mimamsa Darshana, in Purva and Uttara Mimamsa Darshanas, and Nyaya and Navya Nyaya Darshanas, and the technical language of Raghunatha Shiromani's Gangesha. We know the depth only when we see those originals, and what is lost in translation is in Datta and Chatterjee's and C.D. With all due respect to these wonderful scholars, our academic departments by and large are run by Datta and Chatterjee's and C.D. Sharma's only. So it's time we pick up a Sureshwara's Naishkarmya Siddhi. It's time we pick up the Pali text in their original thing, and then read them word by word, line by line. As I said, concepts, terminology, theories are built into a culture, built into language. Reality is built into language, and we miss that when we do it. So I made a feeble attempt once to have a diploma course in Sanskrit offered at the department, didn't meet with success. And then let's hope through the center again, we want to get it back. It's back to the text, back to the original text. Coffee table discussion is no longer accepted as philosophy. Darshana, forget about Darshana, it's not even philosophy. So hearsay as part of our philosophical discourse is a pretty bad image that we can give to the younger generations. And therefore, it's being rooted to the text, rooted to language, rootedness. Again, our windows are definitely open for the ideas to blow through the room, but the feet is very firm on the ground. It is not dogmatic approach, nor is it a fundamentalist approach that we have shut our doors to a John Searle or a Daniel Dennett, or or that Munmun likes what that name, David Chalmers. We are missing them, Dr. Moon. We are missing David Chalmers. He, because of time paucity, otherwise he was supposed to be here. And Jonathan Ganeri wanted to be in this seminar physically. He said, if you call me physically, I'll come, but not online. So otherwise, he was ready to travel from Thailand. He's in Thailand these days. And Munmun also wanted to have Zahavi speaking on the platform. Great effort he has put in last 4 months. I don't put such an effort to bring in people, but she was calling everybody. He was, searching all the internet sources as to who is working on consciousness studies, and then brought in. It's nice to, So that's how we could now get into the next round. That's how I thought, Moon. So I wish success for your seminar, and I wanted those research scholars and younger faculty to note our workshop, which will be through the Center for Indian Knowledge Systems, November 26. Watch the website next week onwards on ICPR. It will be uploaded with a Google form. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moon, you can please now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We have actually come to an end of our inaugural session, and here's one more information that since, as I said, after keynote address, we cannot have any discussion or question answer session. So Madam is asking if anyone is having any question, can we? So I hope in future also we'll get chance to interact with Madam, or if she's attending our session, definitely during discussion session, we can have, we can get the chance to interact with her. Now, let me take the privilege to extend formal vote of thanks as a coordinator of this conference. And I thank from first and foremost, express our sincere thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajiv Mohan Pant, for his inaugural address. And at the same time, I convey our sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor G.S. Murthy, National Coordinator of IKS Center, New Delhi, for being with us. And I personally like to thank the Director of IKS Center, Assam University, Professor Nataraju. Sir, thank you so much for your constant intellectual support and guidance. Without that, definitely I cannot think of doing this. And my heartfelt thanks to our keynote speaker of today's inaugural session, Professor Sangeeta Menon, Madam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us your time and also for enriching us. And you just set, as I said, set the platform for our further discussion into this. It's really an honor to have you. Thank you so much, Madam. And at the same time, I would like to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to all our invited speakers. I'm very much thankful to all of you for accepting our invitation. And big thanks to all our participants, faculty members from the various colleges, departments, universities, research scholars, and students. Thank you so much for being with us. Particularly, here I would say that I want to thank Nong Len, our research scholar, for all his technical support, and Dr. Junashmita. Thank you both of you. So let us now move on to the next session. Our next session, next academic session, we have 3 speakers, and I can see Professor Raghunath sir already joined. He is actually the first speaker of that session, and we have Professor Alex Watson from Ashoka University, and Professor Ram Prasad Chakravarti from Lancaster University, UK. So this session will be chaired by Professor Neelan Thangamja, Manipur University. And I welcome Professor Raghunath Bose, sir. He is a well-known scholar. Sir, you are not visible. Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Now you are audible, sir. You are audible, sir. So, before I request
Thank you.
Before I request our chairperson, sir, let me just take the opportunity to introduce Professor Raghunath Ghosh. Though he is a well-known figure, a well-known scholar, and here I think everyone knows him very well. But let me just formally introduce him. Professor Raghunath Ghosh, he is a former professor of University of North Bengal, and he is a great Naya scholar. He has published around 19 books and more than 100 papers in several reputed journals. Professor Ghosh is a widely traveled lecturer and researcher. He was a recipient of Best Book Award and a National Visiting Professorship from the Indian Council of Philosophical Research near Delhi. And today, Professor Ghosh is going to present a paper on the nature of consciousness in Maya and Vaisheshika. Our second speaker and third speaker of this session, Professor Alex Watson and Professor Ramprasad Chakravarti, they have not joined yet, but I think that we can start the session. So I request Professor Neelan Thangamja, sir, please. Am I audible, sir? Are you here?
Yes, I am listening. First,
I think,
on behalf of
sir, Professor Alex will join around 12:30, and after that, Professor Ramprasad Chakravarti will join, because Professor Alex is out of India, so perhaps he cannot join now, but he will join before his time. So I request you to start the session, and it's over to you, sir. Professor Neelan, sir, it's over to you.
Okay, it is just a formal task I'm undertaking. First of all, on behalf of ICARE's Assam University, I would like to welcome Professor Raghunath Ghosh, whom I have been knowing. To me, it is very, when Mumun a few days ago told me about this thing that I had to chair, I was a little frightened because I have been knowing Professor Raghunath Ghosh, senior, and I have been listening to him right since the day one of my career. I saw him in 1997, Lucknow, Nabdanya thing. Refresher course where Professor Arvind, what's his name, in Hawaii. Arindam Chakravarti was also there, and Professor Sivjivan Bhattacharya was there in that refresher course. So I have listened to him in many occasions, especially on Nabdanya. So I'm very small fry comparing to him. I'm not he can speak Sanskrit fluently. I have listened to him. So it's a great privilege for me. Maybe my task is to chair, but I'm going to learn from him today. So it's just a small thing I'm going to do. So with my kind of thing, facilitation given by Assam University, I guess. So I'll not speak much. We rather listen to him and just learn from him. So I would like to request Professor Raghunath ji, please carry on with your paper presentation. Sir.
Shall I begin, sir?
Yes, sir. Please carry on. So Professor will be speaking on the nature of consciousness in Nya and Vaisheshika, which was also already introduced by our Dr. Munmun Sen. So kindly, please proceed, sir. So thank you, sir. Thank you for coming online. So please carry on, sir.
So, may I start? May I?
Yeah, sir. You're free, sir. Please start.
I
Please
start
sir.
now. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chairman, sir,
Please start.
for your
Okay, sir.
nice words. Thank you, Moon, for giving compliments to me. And also thanks to my friend Nataraju and other friends of the Department of Philosophy, Assam University, Silchar. So I have chosen the topic, the nature of consciousness in Nyaya Vaisheshika philosophy. Before starting, I would like to tell that consciousness is equivalent to the self in Nyaya categories. Nyaya has 9 drabbos, substances, Kiti of Tej Marud Bomb, Dik Kal Atma and Mon. And Atma is equivalent to consciousness. And the very beginning, it has been told that consciousness or self is a category which is of eternal character. So the definition of the primary definition of Atma is Janadhikaranam Atma. That is the locus of the cognition. Jnanadhikaranam Atma. Self is that which is the locus of cognition. This is the primary definition, but it has to be kept in mind that Nayayikas believe in 2 types of self. One is called Paramatma, another is called Jivatma. Both are Jnanadhikaranam, both are the locus of cognition, knowledge. But there is a subtle distinction between 2. Jivatma is the locus of self, but it is not eternal. But Nitya Jnanadhikaranam Paramatma. Paramatma is having knowledge. This knowledge is of permanent character. So Nitya Jnanadhikaranam Atma. And according to Nyaya, Paramatma is equivalent to God. There is no other difference between God and Paramatma. What is Paramatma in Nyaya? God is also same in Nyaya. And Jivatma is the normal people which is in our body. So Jivatma is Dehabochinna. Dehabochinna means limited by body. And whenever we have knowledge, there are 3-tier systems. What are the 3-tier systems? Atma Manusha Sanjujyate, self is connected with mind. Mana Indriyeno, mind is connected with sense organ. And Indriyam Artheno, sense organ is connected with object. So if we start from the very beginning, object is connected with sense organ is connected with mind, and mind is connected with self, and in self there is the cognition. that is knowledge of a jar, etc. and etc. So this three-tier system gives us an importance of consciousness. In phenomenology, it has been told that self-consciousness is the locus of knowledge. Here also, self is called the locus of knowledge. But the Gautama and others, Vatsyayana, they give little bit elaborative explanation of the same. According to them, not only the self is the locus of knowledge or cognition, but it is the locus of other qualities, many qualities, like desire, ichha, aversion, desho, prajatna, volition, sukho, happiness, dukkho, misery, and knowledge, cognition. So these are also the lingos of inference, signs of inferring the Jivatma. So they called Ichha Desho Prayatna, Sukho Dukkho Gyananatmano Lingam. Atmano Lingam, the sign of self is the qualities like desire, aversion, volition, happiness, misery, and cognition. Moreover, the phenomenon of apperception, which is technically called anubhavashai, is possible through after perception, is possible through the help of self. Ghato ayam ghato. This is one thing. And then again, the second time, we are reminded about the fact that I know the jar. Ghatamaham janami. This ghatamaham janami, this cognition also arises in the self. So the phenomenon of apperception, phenomenon of anubhavashaya is also the function of self. Now the problem is the self is the locus of sukho dukkho, ichha desh prajatna, like this. And as the self is the container of sukho, so whenever we have a feeling of sukho and dukkho, or neither of them, then we have three types of attitude towards our action. Our action is the first one, pravritti, that is inclination, nivritti, to go away from refraining from that, and upeksha, to be ignorant about that. Now, all these three attitudes towards subject, volition or inclination, refraining from some activity, and to remain ignorant of some activities. These are dependent on our desire. And desire is the mark of our self. Therefore, it is told by the Naiyayikos that Ishto sadhanata jnanam pravritti karanam. That is, the inclination is possible due to having some object which is conducive to what is desired. If something is undesirable, then we will refrain from activities. So anishta sadhanata jnanam nivritti karanam. Pravritti karan is a kind of desire of attaining that. Nivritti karan is a kind of desire of refraining from that. And if there is no desire of pravritti, no desire of nivritti, in that case, a man becomes indifferent. However, in every case of action, either it is pravritti or it is nivritti, ishta sadhanata jnana is the primary factor. And this ishta sadhanata jnana, that is the cognition which is conducive to what is desired. It depends on desire, and desire is the located of self, is the sign of self. Therefore, self is essential in the whole phenomenon of epistemology. Whether, and that's why self has to be accepted as one of the categories in Neo-Vaisheshika philosophy. Moreover, it is told that self is not capable of being perceptible. The self is not perceptible shukshmatvat. As self is very subtle in character, it is not possible to perceive one. So we have to infer self. How we will infer? Because there are certain signs. What are the lingos of inferring the lingi? Atman. Lingos are ichha, desha, prajatno, sukho, dukkho, jnano. All these are lingos through which we can infer. And inferability is the character of self. We cannot say that self is capable of being perceptible. Self is like this. Now, the Vaisheshikos and the Naiyayikos are taking the view of the Charvakos. The Charvakos told that body is equivalent to self. There is no self like this. Body, Shariram eva Atma. And that is why their theory is known as Dehatmavado. Dehatmavado is the theory where body is identified with soul. Body is identified with consciousness. Now the Naiyayikos are telling against, refuting the view of Charvak, because self is not the body. Had the self been a body, they are making some reductio ad absurdum method, indirect proof, after showing that body, in order to show that body is not the self. Had the body been self, what impossibility would have happened? No recollection would have been possible. Our body is not the same. Our body in the childhood is not the same body in the young age. Body of the young age is not the same in the old age. Bodies are always changeable. If body is always changeable, then the problem is body is changing. If body changes and if our self is equivalent to body, then self also changes. So their recollection would have been impossible. That is, the man who has seen my mothers in the childhood is looking towards grandchildren in the old age. Such experience we gather from our life. The man who is looking his father, the child who is looking his father in the childhood, can see the grandchildren in the old age. So here body has been changed, but recollective memory, recollection is possible. Therefore, body is not the same. Body is something different from self. Self is unchangeable, body is changeable. Now the second argument is given, Shorirodahe Patoka Bhava. According to the Charvako, the loss of the body is moksha, dehashanasho mukti. The loss of body is a kind of mukti. But Vaisheshika told, if the body is lost, then our law of karma, adrishtos are also lost. Unseen factors are also lost. Therefore, as soon as the body is lost, there is no way of getting the result of karma. So if there is no result of karma depends on not body but self, which is beyond the body. Even the body is destroyed, is burned, our self remains as the container of our unseen factor. So there is no change in the self, but change is in the body. Now the question is, no recollection would have been possible. Again, suppose I have seen something and after that I have lost my eyes. I have seen something and visual sense organ is lost, maybe due to some accident. Then I can touch the object and tell this is that object. So how the communication is possible? Had the body is the self, therefore they say body is not the self at all. Now they are raising one question that in the body there is pravriti, nivritti, as I told, due to having the knowledge of conduciveness, conducive to what is desired. So here one point has been raised by the opponent that Lata, the creeper, has pravriti and nivritti, but it has no intention of its own, no ishta sadhanata jnana of its own. If a dead body is thrown in the current of a river, it will be taken away first. But there is no consciousness. It is not the desire of the dead body. So pravriti and nivritti does not depend on the desire. That is why in Nyakandali and also Prasastapado, it is told that desire is hitahito prapti pariharo yagga. That is not spontaneous, but I had some idea of goodness behind this, some idea of badness behind it. Goodness involved me to do this, badness or harmfulness. So one clause, hitahito prapti pariharo yagga, buddhi purvika chesta. This has been included, so that the creeper's pravritti cannot be taken into account. Dead bodies' pravritti of going far away, being carried by the stream of a river, cannot be taken into account. So secondly, it is told by the Naiyayikas that not only body, sometimes our sense organs are also not self. How sense organs are not self? Because when we see something in the perception with the visual sense organ, I have seen a mango, and after that, I infer that it is a sweet. I have seen a ripened mango, and afterwards I infer it must have a rasa, it must have the beautiful taste. So our self is the communicator between two sense organs. One is visual sense organ, through which I can see this is mango. Another sense organ that it is sweet. This communication I get through the intervention of the self. Had self been identified with visual sense organ, it would not have been able to give us the another information that it is beautiful to taste, sweet to taste. Therefore, self is not identified with body. Self is not identified with the sense organ. Moreover, it has been told, Sukho, Dukkho, Ichha, Desha, Prajatno. All these things are connected with our sense organ. So had sense organ been identified with this, then I cannot say that self can give us more than one information. So mango would give us that it is a mango, but it will fail to give us that it is a sweet. So in this way, self is nothing but an axe. Self is our sense organ is nothing but a kuthar, just as an axe is the karana instrument. So self is nothing but a metaphor of X. It can give us some information. It is instrument. An instrument can never be the self because it is material in nature. Yada is in nature. Moreover, sense organs are not self. This is also the point of view of the Charvaka. We have perceptual. So had the sense organ is identified with body, then we cannot have two types of cognition. One is perceptual cognition, another is testimonial cognition. Simultaneously, simultaneously, because we believe in pramano samplava, not in believe in pramano babhasa. So, thirdly, we can say that the sense organ, the visual sense organ is lost. One can recollect the object seen. That is also possible. That also indicates that sense organ is not the Vishayo Sannidhe, Janus Smriti Darshana, Upahateshu Indriye, Indriyeshu. If our sense organs are lost, other sense organ can give you the information of the object. So there must be some connection between is self. Again, my friend, we will tell the mind is not the self. Why? Because mind is not self, because mind cannot give you more than one cognition in a moment. Mind is defined as yugapat jnanutpattir manasholingam. The non-simultaneous presentation is the mark of mind. Two things cannot be presented at a single moment, because mind, to Nyayo, is atomic in character. So, if self is atomic, then it cannot give you more than one quality. Ichha, desh, prayatna, sukho, dukho. It cannot give you the multiple qualities at a time. Therefore, self is not identifying with mind. Therefore, mind is atomic. It can give you only one language, only one object, but it cannot give you multiple cognitions. But can give you multiple cognitions like Icha, Desh, Pravritti, Nivritti, all these things are happening. That is why it is told in the Upanishad that Keneshitanga Patati Preshitanga Mana. How our mind has been sent to the object. Because mind is instrumental. Behind mind, there might be some self. So this question of Keneshitanga Patati Preshitanga Mana, Kena Prana Prathama Praiti Yukto, Keneshitanga Vachamimang Vadanti, Chakshu Shotrang Kayu Deva Yunapi. So from this, we can tell that self is the roller. Self can roll our mind, can send our sense organ to the object. So that is why self or consciousness is the prime factor in which the cognition arises. Now I will tell 2-3 points which are not the Nayayikas' point of view. This is my point of view. The Vaisheshiko did not tell whether self is Pradeshiko, self is provincial, self has any object or not. There are two types of self. One is called Shopadiko, another is called Nirupadiko. Shopadiko self is provincial. Aham osmin grihe tishtami. Atro aham, it indicates the self which is provincially. provincially limited. That is within this room. So this is called by the Vedantins as a Pradeshik self. But the Nayayikas will tell, yes, this is also Sopadiko Atma is possible, which is called these things, Ichha Desh, Prajatno, Sukho, Dukho, Ogan, all these are the accidental properties of the consciousness. Agontuko dharma. As soon as the body is there, these things will be there. So these things are dehavochinna. This has to be kept in mind. Shorirabochinna. When the body is lost, it cannot be the locus of the qualities. Now another argument has been given. Can you know that a man has got a self, because as soon as the baby is born, it turns towards mother's breast to suck it. How can he knows that this is essential for maintenance of its life? Because in this life he has no experience at all. From this the Nayayikas tell the baby has got previous experiences that the sucking of mother's breast is important for me, for my survival. So this is the unique or scientifically developed argument by the Nayayikas that law of karma is beyond body. When you take body, small baby takes a body, he has got the law of karma. And that is why he can immediately know, not through the sense organ, not through the mind, but self can inform him that this thing is essential for his maintenance of body. And secondly, the Kritohano and Akrita Bhagamo. Two fallacies have been occurred. If I do something and do not get the result of it, and if I do not do anything, in spite of that, if I can get some result of it, this is called Akrita Bhagamo. Both are not allowed in the Nyaya system. If you do some work, you have to have the result of karma. Thirdly, I can tell you, the Charvakas are telling that ayo dahoti, the iron burns. Iron cannot burn. The property of fireness in iron is burning. In spite of that, this is a metaphorical use or figurative use. Though we know, ayo dahoti means though actually the fire remaining in iron burns. In this way, in the empirical world, we are doing everything with the help of body and sense organ, as if without taking help of self. So this is figurative explanation. We should not take it in the true sense of the term, that ayo dahoti means the iron burns. That means iron can burn. Figuratively it is told, metaphorically it is told, actually the burning property existing in iron is burned. So when I tell my body is working, my sense organ is working, At that time, we have to know that sense organs and body both are instrumental. Inside there is a self which is doing work. The last point I would like to point out, my friend, that there are two types of self. We also have two types of man, Jivan Mukta and Videha Mukta. Now the question may arise, when a man is died, what is the status of his self? Does self take a new body immediately after the loss of previous body? This is one question. Second question, it does not take another body for the time being. If the first portion is taken, that as soon as the body is lost, we can take the another body of Jaloka, a kind of worm found in water, joke. We can move from one place to another place, depending himself on a piece of grass. So first he makes the second grass and takes up the rest one. So in this way, our self takes the second body and work accordingly. If it is so, there is no mention of such thing in Neo-Vaisheshika literature. And if we say that without body, our self can remain in the Kalo, Mahakalo, then our question will arise, how his body will have the result of karma in this period. We cannot tell that his body is free from the result of action. His body is there, the result is there. But if you put him isolated without any body in the Mahakalo, then the self would remain actionless, will not have the result of karma. And if it is so, then the problem will arise that what is then the main definition of self would be problematic. Ichha desha prayatno sukha dukkha ganani atmano lingam. These are some of the points as mentioned by the Naiyayikos. So our conclusion is Jnanadhikaranam Atma. If Jnana is Anitto, then it is Jivatma. If Jnana is Nitto, then it is Ishvara. But Sankalpo, in our mind we have desire. In Jivatma, Ichha is there. But in Paramatma, no Ichha is there. Then what happens? Only Sankalpa Matra Ichha. Idam Bhuyat. This type of determination is the desire. No room for desire. It is the desire of Paramatma, Ishvara. And Jivatma can help the sense organ and mind to see the object. But Paramatma does not need any sense organ and body. So it has been told by Jayanta Bhatto in his Naya Manjari that Ishwarasya Ichha Sankalpa Matram. Only determination is the property of God. And knowledge, how God's knowledge come into being? Jayanto told, it is anindriyo sannikarsha janna. No indriyo sannikarsha janna, like our normal human being. Ishvara Paramatma is Paramatma by virtue of the fact that it can have knowledge without having desire, only determination. He is Shatta Kamo, Shatta Sankalpa. With this few words, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. So if you have any question, please ask me now. Afterwards, I may not be available. So my friends, if you have any question, Chairman sir, if you have anything to ask, please feel free to ask me now.
Yeah, that is what I was. Thank you, Professor. It was very lucid and very comprehensive, and the realistic way of Nyaya is putting its ideas, relating to consciousness in terms of all those things, mental states, is quite lucid. And since we are waiting for the next two speakers, so we cannot just wait like that. And we still yet to get confirmation from Munmun whether they are already in line for their presentation or not. If they are not, then we can
Yes, sir.
go for.
Yes,
They have
sir.
come.
Yes, we can have some questions now.
Please,
And
please.
next speaker,
Okay, okay.
next speaker,
Yeah. And then
Please,
Professor Raghunath
one by
yeah,
one.
yeah, we can have questions now. So the paper is open for discussion. So all the participants and all the colleagues in the department, everybody of the research scholars, you may kindly ask your pinpointed, one or two questions, not more than maximum two. I don't know. That depends on how much time we have. So let us go for this question and answer session. What this all discussion.
Pooja Das, you can unmute yourself. You have raised your hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody is
Unmute
actually free.
yourself.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful deliberation. Thank you so much. Sir, my question to you, I'm from fourth semester from philosophy department, and my name is Pooja Das. My question to you is, sir, what is the relationship between the self and consciousness in Nyaya or in Nyaya system? Thank you.
Actually, Nyaya and consciousness, self is the embodiment of consciousness. Self is not different from consciousness. So if you say what is the consciousness in Nyaya, I will tell you self itself is the consciousness. Because the rest of the thing other than consciousness is material, ijara, or in a full of material object, instrumental. Only self is the agency, has got agency. Therefore, self is equivalent to consciousness. And if you ask why, because only self can work with consciousness. So being can work. Other things are instrumental. With the help of consciousness, other sense organs, body, mind, intellect, they work. That's why they are identical for the Nyaya-Vaisheshika system. Anything else, sir?
Yes, sir. Regarding this question, it is a question. It's not my observation. It's a question. One thing I have been always studying to understand that it's of course is secondary sources. Some books like Professor and in particular book, the name of the book I forgot. Even I talked about it because one of my students is working on Parmaniyavad. There, I suggested him to read the original text to find out regarding the issue of consciousness as Nyaya is concerned. Because I did see some kind of connection between the Parmaniyavad of Nyaya and its own view of consciousness. Like whether consciousness is there, I was told that in the book Bibi Chattopadhyay and other one or two books also. I'm yet to find out a text, original text, Sanskrit text where it is mentioned. Still I have not found out. Only secondary sources I have found out that consciousness is an accidental property. Desire, all these things we have, sukha, dukkha, all these things. What they say is that it is an accidental property of the self which comes to the self only through the body. That is jiva as the embodied being, as a dehibrit, dehina. Through the body only consciousness becomes the property, the quality of the soul, of the self. So without the body, there is no consciousness. It's just like any inert kind of thing. Maybe in one of my paper, I talked about this. And then I said potentiality is there. The minimum we can say is that the soul has the potential ability to become conscious through the body only. Then without the body, according to Nyaya, as a realist system, so there I see some materialistic kind of angle in Nyaya's philosophy. Without the body, the soul has no consciousness. In that sense, consciousness is a byproduct of the association between the self and the body. And the body has 5 sense organs, everything you have already told. So kindly provide us some clarification about this thing, whether I'm putting in the right kind of perspective or is it my misunderstanding? Because I have the authority of Professor D.P. Chattopadhyay. In his book only I found out. And in 1 or 2 books also I found out, I forgot. I'm yet to see the original text where it is said that without the body, the soul has no consciousness in Nyaya Vaisheshika's philosophy. Kindly please say something on that. Are you there, sir?
Dr. Munmun, is Professor Raghunath Ghosh still online?
It's not visible.
Professor, Dr. Milan, I see him. He just got disconnected, it seems.
Yeah, sir. Yes, sir.
He got disconnected, yeah. And
Yeah, he got disconnected.
meanwhile, probably we can listen to Dr. Shakuntala also. She has something to say.
Yeah, yes.
He got disconnected. I mean.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. Long time not see.
Yes. Actually, it was a query to Professor Raghunath Ghosh. So can I just place it and keep it like that? Is it okay?
It's okay. No problem.
Okay. I mean, later I think you can ask for him, ask from me to him. Actually, it was, yeah, it is related to what you asked, sir, and also to the first question, because host sir was saying about consciousness comes or through the instruments of the body and the mind. So I wanted to ask him what the state of self is when there is no body and there is no mind, and how do we define the self? So there's no more consciousness there in the self. Then what do we call the self in Nyaya? How it is to be characterized, or what do we call it? And what is supposed to be the state of the liberated self? Because in case the instruments are missing and consciousness is also missing, then what is it that we call liberation in Nyaya? So that actually is my query. Sir is not there.
This is very unfortunate. Professor
Yeah,
Raghunath Ghosh,
sir got disconnected, madam. Sir got disconnected and he's trying, but there is some network issue due to which he's not joining. I mean, he probably cannot join. So he's trying still. He said he's trying, but we don't know.
please advise him to what do you call restart his mobile, I mean handset, if he's going through his handset.
Yeah,
He
yeah, sir.
restarts
I told him, I just spoke to him, sir. I just spoke to him. Let's say 2 minutes. If he is joining, then fine.
Okay.
Otherwise, we can.
He is here. No, he's reconnected. He is now here.
Okay.
Oh, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Do I ask the question again?
Yeah, you can repeat. That's better.
Co-star, good afternoon. So I do have a query, and it is also related to the chairperson of the session as well as the first question. So I was asking, I would like to know that if consciousness comes to the self only through the instrument of the body and the mind, when they are not available, how would we understand self to be? What is the nature of the self? So what exactly is the self in Nyaya? If consciousness is not a permanent factor of self. And second, it's related to this only, that how do we understand self to be in a liberated state, which we generally understand to be without the body and the mind? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shakuntala. The first is, if mind has no connection with the self, so how can you understand the other things, what the self knows, how self knows everything? In this case, my answer from the Nyaya standpoint will be, the consciousness has got some inbuilt power of knowing. This is not knowing through sense organ. This is a spontaneous type of knowing. There is a transcendental knowing or non-sensual, sensual knowing and non-sensual knowing. So here, what self knows is a kind of alaukika prataksha, is a kind of supernormal means of knowing, not with the help of sense organ. Secondly, in the case of Jivan Mukta, there is also mind. That mind is transcended mind, not the ordinary mind. In Upanishad, it is told, Sachakshuropi achakshuriva. Though he is having his eyes, still he is not having eyes. He looks like this. Shakarna akarnaivo. Though he has got ear, he thinks that he has no ear. So here also, samanasko amanasko ego. His mind is there. But this mind is not the ordinary people's mind. This mind is transcended mind. This mind, as you know, Sri Aurobindo believes in so many layers of mind. So this mind does not mean that the mind is instrumental. This mind is something which is far above the instrument. So it is self-guided mind, not the sense organ mind guided mind or other guided mind. So this much I can tell you for the time being. Might be there so many answers of that. So thank you, Shakuntala, for your nice question.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, so the basic question is,
Okay.
I'm afraid that the basic question which I was asking is not. I'm very afraid to say that is not yet touched, because I don't know whether Professor D.P. Chattopadhyay is right or wrong. If his statement is right, since in one small book he talked about it, I even cited that in one paper I have written. So I've even cited that, and still I'm struggling because one of my students is working under Paratha Pramanyavad. Why Purva Mimamsakas and Advaita Vedanta accepts Swataha Pramanyavad as far as validity is concerned. Then Nyaya Panyaya Paratha Pramanya in both the cases. Then why? So I started seeing some connection with Paratha Pramanyavad of Nyaya, with its best as far as the relation between consciousness and soul is concerned. Because I don't know, because I wanted confirmation. It is about confirming the text, original text, whether Professor D.P. Chattopadhyay was distorting the thing, whether he was speaking the fact that then I am yet to still read the text, original text, where it is said that without a body, in the disembodied state, soul has no consciousness. But I believe it has potential. It has potential to become conscious only after the soul is in a body or in a disembodied existence. If that is the case, then this I see connected, related as the underlying metaphysical ground of its own epistemological theory of Pramanyavad. Right now, one student is working under me as his student. I don't know how his thesis is going to go on. It's very complicated kind of thing. So that is what I just wanted to, that point is not yet clarified, that point. So Professor, is my question clear?
So thank you. I have not understood all the question because the sounds are not clear. But what I want to mean, that in case of Jivan Mukto, you have raised the question that Vedanta and Nyayo. Nyayo is Parata Pramanyavadi because they are realistic in nature. Advaita Vedanta, they call Shata Pramanyavadi. If something is Shata Praman, for Vedanta it's okay, because there is self, which is of two types, as I told you. So all knowing self is Paramatma, Brahman. And through that, everything is possible. But no such power has been accepted in Nayayikas. So they will say they want to give some practical examples from life. So Jivan Mukta, in the case of Jivan Mukta, one can use the self. At that time, there is also self. Without consciousness, how Lokosangraha is possible, how work for others is possible. So I think there is a metaphysical presupposition. There are metaphysical presuppositions in both the systems, which makes them differentiate. This much I can tell you, my friend. Thank you very much for raising a long question, but I cannot understand all. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
It's because of the
Chairman, sir, for
So,
your
Munmun-
nice cheering.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So then, Munmun, what should you do?
Okay, may I
the
leave
other
now?
two professors?
Yes,
Chairman,
sir.
sir,
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
May
sir.
I
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
leave
Yes,
now?
yeah.
Okay, okay.
Professor
Thank you very much.
Now, Ditcho.
Chairman, sir, please allow me to welcome Professor Alex Watson. Professor Alex join.
Okay.
I'll just take 2 minutes to introduce him and then I'll hand it over to you. Professor Alex, am I audible to you?
Yes, the sound is coming
This is
across
Munmun.
very well.
This is
Thank you.
Munmun from Assam University. Welcome, sir. Welcome to our international conference on theme, the quest for consciousness, Indian and Western philosophical approaches. Thank you so much, sir. Now, let me take this opportunity to introduce our speaker, Professor Alex Watson. He is a professor of Indian philosophy at Ashoka University, prior to which he was a preceptor in Sanskrit at Harvard University. He is author of the book, The Self's Awareness of Itself, and with Dominique Goodall and Anjana Sharma, an inquiry into the nature of liberation. He has published a number of articles on the philosophies of Buddhism, Shaivism, Nyaya, and Mimamsa in a lot of reputed journals like Journal of Indian Philosophy, Philosophy East and West. And today, sir is going to make his presentation on consciousness as the only real constituent of the universe, the argument of Jayanta's Buddhist for idealism. Thank you, Professor, for accepting our invitation. It's over to you now, Chairperson, sir, Professor Milan, sir.
Good afternoon, Professor Alex.
Good
It's very
afternoon.
nice. You're most welcome. So it's first time I'm knowing you. It's a good thing to come to know another fellow human being who is very much belonging to my own world, because I'm a man of Indian philosophy. But so once again, to continue what we have been doing, as you are the second speaker,
Chairperson, sir, you are not audible.
the internet problem. Anyway, now, so since you are the next presenter and we are still having the paucity of time, kindly proceed with your presentation. So we are eagerly waiting for listening to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for both of those two very generous introductions. And I'm really happy to be part of this conference. Very heartfelt thanks to all of the organizers for doing all of the work necessary to create such a conference as this. And thank you also for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be invited. I'm actually currently in Seoul, South Korea, where we have two Buddhism conferences. Last week it was International Association of Buddhist Studies, And this week it's the Dharmakirti conference, which happens only once in every 8 years. So I didn't want to miss that. And we have rather a busy schedule here, but I very much wanted to take part in your conference and to attend as many of the talks as my schedule here will allow, which is unfortunately not that many. Now, I will start with my paper, and I would like to share my screen because I have some PowerPoint slides, but it's telling me host disabled participant screen sharing. So I think you may have to adjust some setting, whoever is the host. Okay, now it's working. So now I have this tricky job of finding out of the hundreds of windows open on my computer, finding my PowerPoint presentation. Here we go. Is this visible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, as you can see, the title is Consciousness as the Only Real Thing in the Universe, the Argument of Bhatta Jayanta's Buddhist for Idealism. So what does that mean? It means we will be looking at the argument given by the Vijnanavadin Purvapakshin in Jayanta's Nyaya Manjari. And this, what I will be presenting today, is actually a summary of just one part of quite a long article, which is about to appear any day now. The title of my article is Consciousness as the Fundamental Reality of the Universe, a Master Argument for Buddhist Idealism. And the title of the volume in which it's appearing is Cross-Cultural Approaches to Consciousness, Mind, Nature, and Ultimate Reality. And it's a volume which gathers together articles from different perspectives on consciousness, a few contributors from the perspective of Indian philosophy, a few from the perspective of Chinese philosophy, and a few from the perspective of Western philosophy. Now, the first thing I need to do is to get onto the table 3 different views, to clarify 3 different views, who the proponents were and what the differences were between these 3 views. So what I will be calling direct realism in this presentation was the view of Mimamsakas such as Kumarila and Nayayikas such as Jayanta. Representationalism was the view of Sautrantika Buddhists, such as Dharmakirti, when he is assuming the existence of an external object. And what I will be calling idealism was the view of Vijnanavadin Buddhists, such as Dharmakirti, again, when he is assuming the non-existence of an external object. So Dharmakirti switches between a Sautrantika perspective and a Vijnanavada perspective. The 2 perspectives which I will be calling representationalism and idealism. So you have some sense now of who the proponents were of these 3 views. Let's now talk about the content of these 3 views and how they differed from each other. Well, for the direct realists, we are in immediate perceptual contact with an external object. And there is no intermediary in the form of an internal image between the subject and that external object. For the representationalists, there is such an intermediary, and the immediate object of awareness for these representationalists is that intermediary, namely an internal image, an image within consciousness, in Sanskrit, akara. But the representationalists maintained that we can infer the existence of an external object as the cause of that image, as the cause of that representation, of the cause of that akara. And finally, we have the idealists. The idealists agreed with the representationalists that the immediate objects of our perception are internal images, akaras, but the idealists denied that we can infer external objects as the cause of those akaras. So that's how they differ from the representationalists. The representationalists think there's a good sound inference from internal images to external objects as the cause of those external objects. The representationalists think that only if we postulate external objects can we make sense of where these images, these akaras, are coming from. Even though the representationalists admit that we can't actually directly perceive external objects, these external objects for the Sautrantikas are in Sanskrit nitya anumeya. They can only ever be inferred. Nevertheless, we can infer them, so we know that they exist. The idealist says, no, there's not even any good inference to external objects. For the idealist, not only do we not perceive something external to cognition, we also can't even infer those external objects. Why not? Because the idealist maintains that these forms within cognition, these images within cognition, are actually better explained by vasanas, latent impressions, memory traces. They're actually better explained by vasanas than by external objects. So hopefully this diagram will clarify for you the differences between these three views. The ticks represent things that are asserted to exist in that position. So direct realism asserts the existence of an external object, but not an internal image. Representationalist asserts the existence of both. Idealism denies the existence of external object, but asserts the existence of an internal image. Now, some of you might be wondering what the Sanskrit terms are for these three positions. And I think each of these three positions is a composite of two views. Direct realism combines Bhahyartavada, the assertion of the existence of external objects, with Nirakaravada, the view that cognition or consciousness lacks form, lacks images, lacks representations. Representationalism combines Bhahyartavada with Sakaravada, the view that cognition contains form, contains images, contains representations. And idealism combines Sakaravada with a denial of the existence of external objects, for which Vijnanavadin authors use such terms as Niralambanavada or Bhahyarta Nisheda or Bhahyarta Nirakarana. Okay. Now that we have those three views on the table, what I would like to do is look at how Jayanta's idealist, so as I've said, this means the Vijnanavadin Purvapakshin in the Nyaya Manjari, how he argues for idealism. And the argument here proceeds in two stages. First of all, we have a refutation of direct realism. And secondly, we have a refutation of representationalism. In the first stage, the refutation of direct realism, what is the issue? What is the issue there? What's the question that's being addressed in that debate between the idealist and the direct realist? Well, the question there that's being discussed is, do the forms that I perceive, in other words, taste, smell, color, do they belong to cognition, to consciousness? I'm using cognition and consciousness synonymously here. Do the forms that we perceive belong to cognition or to an external object? Now, by the end of that section 1, by the time that the idealist speaker, the Purvapakshin, has established to his satisfaction that the forms we perceive belong to cognition, he still has not actually said anything that the representationalist disagrees with, because the representationalist too thinks that the immediate objects of our perception are forms that are internal to cognition, forms belonging to cognition. For the representationalist too, those are what we are in immediate perceptual contact with. So we need to have a stage 2 where the idealist turns to refuting representationalism, and there the issue switches. The issue in stage 2 is, can we infer the existence of external objects that cause the forms within our consciousness? These forms within our consciousness are agreed to exist by the idealist and the representationalist. The representationalist who is being addressed in stage 2. But the question is, can we make an inference from those forms to external objects as the cause of those forms? Now let's turn to stage 1. So in stage 1, where the idealist is refuting direct realism, the question is posed at the very beginning of this section in the Nyaya Manjari of whether it might be the case that we actually perceive 2 forms. Might it not be the case that we perceive both cognition and an object beyond cognition, both a patch of blue and also a separate form of the cognition that is perceiving that blue? Well, if that were the case, then idealism would actually be refuted. Because if that were the case, then the thing which the idealist explicitly denies, I'm noticing that, I don't know if anyone else is seeing this, but on the slides, I'm getting some annotation in the form of some blue lines. Are other people seeing that? It seems that somebody is annotating the slide. Can you see that, Professor Chakraborty?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, well, I'll just ignore that. I'm not sure quite what's happening. Somebody has quite sophisticated computer skills and they can annotate the slide within Zoom. Now, I was talking about how at the beginning of this section, refuting direct realism, the question arises as to whether it might be the case that we perceive 2 forms, a form of the object and a form of cognition. And I was saying that if that were the case, idealism would be refuted. Idealism would be a non-starter, because we would be experiencing exactly what idealism denies, namely an object separate from cognition. But as it happens, this view that we perceive 2 forms is denied by both the idealist and the direct realist. Both of them agree that we perceive only one form, let's say a patch of blue. And the question that therefore arises is, does this blue form belong to cognition, which is the Buddhist idealist position, the Vijnanavadin position, or does it belong to the external object, which is the view of the Nyayaka and Mimamsaka direct realist? Okay, so that sets up the discussion in stage one. And let's now look at some of the arguments in stage one that the Buddhist idealist is using against Nyayaka and Mimamsaka direct realism. Arguments against the view that the forms we perceive belong to external objects. Okay, the first argument is an argument from Kalpana Laghava, lightness of postulation. We could say parsimony, an argument from parsimony, an argument from simplicity. And the argument here is that attributing form to cognition involves less postulation. And therefore we should prefer the view that attributes form to cognition, because we should prefer the most parsimonious theory, the one that postulates least. Now, why would it be the case that attributing form to cognition would involve less postulation? Well, the argument is that both sides of this debate agree that cognition exists. Both the idealist and the direct realist agree that cognition exists. So if we attribute form to cognition, then in our fundamental ontology, we can just postulate one kind of thing, namely cognition, whereas the direct realist has to postulate two kinds of things. The direct realist has to postulate cognition and then a world beyond cognition, which the direct realist claims form belongs to. There's some background noise from someone's unmuted mic. Okay, so that's the argument, the first Buddhist argument, one from parsimony, lightness of postulation, namely that the Buddhist in this debate just has to postulate one kind of thing. The Mimamsaka, the Nyayaka, the direct realist has to postulate two kinds of things. Therefore, we should prefer the Buddhist view. Now, let's look at some responses to this argument. Well, this argument has already received some philosophical evaluation in a 2010 article by John Tabor. This is an article with the title Kumarila's Buddhist. And John Tabor claims in that article that the Buddhist is not actually postulating less, because they're postulating powers of cognition that the realist is not postulating. What powers of cognition? The power of cognition to project, I quote, the vast experienced world. Now, I'm not very convinced by this response, or not totally convinced by it, because actually the direct realist also, the Nyayaka and the Mimamsaka, they also postulate the power of cognition to project experienced worlds, namely dream worlds. So it's not actually that the Buddhist is postulating some power of cognition that's completely unrecognized by the direct realist. The direct realist also postulates exactly this same power, at least in dream cognition, in dreaming. So actually, it would be more accurate, I think, to say here that rather than the Buddhist postulating some whole new power of cognition, rather the Buddhist is taking a power of cognition that's accepted by the direct realist, but expanding its domain from dreaming only to dreaming plus waking. Now, Jayanta, when he comes to write in the voice of the Siddhantin, responds that external objects are not postulated, they are directly perceived. Well, this reminds us of the different presuppositions between the idealist and the direct realist. But I don't think this response in itself is going to cause any sweat to break out on the brow of the idealist, because the idealist will just say that external objects are not directly perceived. Whether external objects are what is perceived or not is exactly what's in question in this stage one, at this part of the debate. So the idealist will think that when Jayanta makes this point, Jayanta is prematurely helping himself to the conclusion of the argument. One point I wanted to make here is that this argument that the idealist uses from parsimony, from Kalpana, Laghava, would not carry any weight against a physicalist, because a physicalist could postulate only one kind of thing, namely the physical, and attribute form to that, attribute the forms we perceive to that physical world, but postulate only a physical world. So there are three kinds of views. We have physicalism, which postulates one kind of thing, the physical. We have idealism, which postulates one kind of thing, the mental, consciousness, cognition. In between, we have dualism, which postulates two kinds of things, the physical and the mental as two separate realms, both mind and matter as two separate realms. Now, the physicalist and the idealist, they can both use arguments from parsimony against the dualist, but they can't use those arguments against each other. So it's only because the opponent here is a dualist, it's only because this direct realist is a dualist that the idealist can use this argument here in favor of idealism. And finally, in the philosophy of science, as far as I understand the philosophy of science, which is to hardly any extent at all, of two rival theories, the one which is more parsimonious or simple is to be preferred on the grounds of parsimony only if it has equal plausibility and explanatory power as the others. And in my article, I have some discussion here about whether the idealist thesis really does have equal plausibility and explanatory power. Okay, let's move to the second argument that I want to look at. Now, this is an argument from the object specificity of cognition. I use this slightly complicated phrase to translate the Sanskrit prati karma vyavastha, the fact that cognition is differentiated, vyavastita, in accordance with its objects, prati karma, or the fact that cognition is differentiated by its objects. And this basically comes down to meaning simply that a cognition of blue, say, is different from a cognition of red or of any other object. Now that's surely undeniable, but the Buddhist idealist argument here is claiming that if the direct realist thesis were true, then we would not have adequately explained how a cognition of blue is different from a cognition of red. So this diagram that's just come up on your screen illustrates the direct realist position. So according to the direct realists, let's say in T1, cognition perceives a blue object. In T2, cognition perceives a red object. Well, for the direct realist, there has been no change at all in cognition from T1 to T2. No change in the nature or the form of cognition, because cognition lacks any form for the direct realist. Cognition is completely transparent for the direct realist. So the Buddhist here is claiming that on this direct realist view, because cognition itself does not change at all from T1 to T2, the direct realist has not provided a satisfactory explanation of why a cognition of blue is of blue, and why a cognition of blue is different from any other cognition. As you can see in the diagram, the two circles underneath cognition both look qualitatively identical. They're two white circles. So the Buddhist is claiming that direct realism fails to give a good explanation of why a cognition of blue is of blue. In fact, according to this argument, the direct realist has failed even to explain why it is that a cognition of blue feels to the subject like a cognition of blue, as opposed to feeling like anything else. Now, we can detect in this argument the principle that to cognize an object is to be affected by that object. Or to put it slightly more formally, we could say that if a subject S cognizes an object O, then S must be affected by O. Otherwise, O's presence would make no difference to S. Therefore, argues the Buddhist, we have to postulate form within cognition. We have to postulate that the object leaves an image of itself within cognition. The blue object leaves a blue image within cognition. Red object leaves a red object within cognition. Cognition takes on the form of the object. Now, you might be thinking, hang on, surely that last diagram that I have just put up, those four circles at the bottom right of your screen, surely they give the Sautrantika position, not the Vijnanavadin position, because they have these two circles underneath object representing external objects separate from cognition. That's true. And the reason for that is we're in stage one here. And in stage one, the idealist just has to refute direct realism by proving that cognition contains form, Sarkaravada. That's all the idealist has to prove in stage one. And so the idealist here is borrowing a Sautrantika argument in order to refute direct realism by proving that form belongs to cognition. This argument that the Vijnanavadin is using is one that's given by Dharmakirti in the Pratyaksha chapter of the Pramanavartika, beginning verse 301. In effect, the idealist is here saying to the direct realist, if you insist on postulating external objects, then you will have to also postulate form within cognition in order to get around this problem that you haven't explained the object specificity of cognition. But the idealist will go on in stage two to argue that actually we can do away with external objects altogether. So in stage two, the idealist will, as it were, delete the two colored circles in the right-hand column, because the idealist will in stage two argue that form within cognition is actually better explained by vasanas than by external objects. Okay, I'll just take another few minutes to look at a couple of responses to this second argument. Now, the first response of the direct realist is to say the first cognition is caused by the blue object. The direct realist points out that the cognition of blue is caused by the blue object. And the direct realist claims that it's for that reason that the cognition is of blue, because it's caused by blue, it's of blue. Now, how is this a response to the argument? How does this counter the argument? Well, the argument, the Buddhist idealist argument, was claiming that the only way we can explain why cognition of blue is of blue and why a cognition of blue feels like it's of blue is because the cognition contains a blue form within it. Well, the direct realist here is saying we don't need to explain in that way because there's an alternative way of explaining. We can resort to this alternative explanation for why a cognition of blue is of blue, namely that it's caused by a blue object. So we can detect in this response the principle that whatever a cognition is caused by is what it is of. And it's precisely that the idealist will challenge in the idealist's response to this move of the direct realist. The idealist will respond to this by saying it's not actually true that whatever a cognition is caused by is what it is of. Even for the direct realist, that's not true. Why? Because each cognition is caused by other things as well as its object. For example, the sense faculty. So since every cognition is caused by a sense faculty, but is not of the sense faculty, it therefore follows that it's not the case that whatever a cognition is caused by is what it is of. And if it's not the case that whatever a cognition is caused by is what it is of, then the direct realist appeal to causation is undermined. The direct realist appeal to causation as a way of avoiding appealing to form within cognition is undermined, because causation is not actually specific enough to limit cognition to its object, because cognition is caused not only by its object, but by other things such as the sense faculty. Okay, now I'm going to break off here for the sake of time, but I'll just give you a little indication of what's in the rest of the article. There's a bit more discussion of this argument too. This debate between a causal theory of perception and a form-containing theory of perception. There's a few more moves there. And then we have argument 3, which is the Sahopalamba Niyama argument introduced by Dharmakirti. The first premise here is if two things are necessarily co-perceived, they must actually be one thing. Second premise, blue and cognition of blue are necessarily co-perceived. Well, you can see that it will then follow validly from those two premises that blue and cognition of blue are actually the same thing. That's the Sahopalamba Niyama argument. And then we have another argument from the reflexivity of cognition, where one of the premises is that cognition is grasped by itself. It is self-aware. It is swasamvedana vedya. And then there are a few other premises. And the point of all of these arguments in stage 1 is to show that the forms we perceive must belong to cognition. And then we move to stage 2, where the idealist refutes the Sautrantika. But as I say, I'm going to break off here. This is the full version of this talk. If anyone would like a copy, please send me an email. I'll very happily send you a copy of that article. And thank you very much for your time and attention.
Okay, Munmun, before we proceed further, I would like to inquire about the third speaker, Professor Ram Prasad Chakrabarty.
Sir, already
I'm
has
here.
joined.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir,
thank you, sir.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Good
afternoon.
afternoon. So, since actually, should we proceed? I think let us try to go by one by one, as far as question and answer is concerned. That will give us more focus. So, thank you, Professor Alex. You're very kind enough to give such a very clear-cut and detailed and that kind of very clear picture of the things you have explained. So now I will not speak much about the paper, because the paper speaks your deliberation. They are actually self-explanatory in so many ways, because it's very clear. So now it is up to the listeners, researchers, and the professors, and whoever is present in this. The paper is now open for discussion. So anybody want to raise a question, or what is the question you want to ask, or observation, what is the thing? I think there was one question from, I think, Professor Alex. I've seen it. One question was popping up on the screen. I didn't properly notice the question. So now the paper is open for discussion.
Professor Milan, I have a couple of observations, if allowed. Professor Alex, can you listen to me? Can you hear me?
Please, yes, I'm listening. Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah. This is Professor Nataraju, Philosophy Department, Assam University. Okay, Professor Alex, it was good listening to you. A couple of things. One is, are you making any distinction between Vijnanavada and Swatantra Vijnanavada? Because Vedantins generally think that Asanga, Vasubandhu, and Sthiramati into one group, and then Dinaga, Dharmakirti, and Shantarakshita as a Swatantra Vijnanavadins. So therefore, they make a distinction into idealism. The earlier school is idealism, and then you have Dharmakirti and Dinaga into subjective idealism. This is what is actually Shankara's response in Brahma Sutra, Tarkapada. That is the second chapter, second section of Brahma Sutra. Shankara is attacking Dinaga and Dharmakirti, Swatantra Vijnanavadins. So there is a distinction made within the school of Vijnanavada. One is, are you making such a distinction? Because there are so many shades of meanings to idealism within Vedanta and within Buddhism. That's one.
Yeah, shall I just take that quickly? I can deal with that quickly. Yeah, so definitely there is certainly a distinction between these two varieties of Yogacara, Vijnanavada. On the one hand, Asanga, that earlier Yogacara tradition, and on the other hand, the tradition of Dignaga and Dharmakirti, later tradition. And I was focusing very much on the latter, on the tradition of Dignaga and Dharmakirti, since that is the branch of Yogacara that Jayanta deals with and draws on.
Do you think a corollary for this is, do you think it is tenable, Swatantra Vijnanavada, in the sense of subjective idealism? The objection is that of Bahujana Samagama. There is a public frame of reference to external objects. So that's the critique from the Vedantins. It's not that, the subject is imagining a blue color. The blue is blue for the number of people over there. It appears to be blue. So Bahujana Samagama is a kind of public frame of reference, and therefore we don't deny even if it is illusory appearance, but definitely there are objects external, at least empirically, Vyavaharika level, at an empirical level, one needs to accept the presence. It's not a dream object, it's not a dream lion, it's not an illusory object. Some kind of reality needs to be granted, even if one is a diehard idealist. That's the position that I hold on to. You know, giving only form the reality, cognition, the reality, and then complete negation of an external object by these subjective idealists. I don't know, how are they supporting this?
Yes, I think you've pointed to what occurs to many people as a very natural objection to this kind of idealism. And I'm sympathetic to your point of view. And in the full version of the article, I go through the arguments in stage 1 and stage 2, and I give quite a sympathetic evaluation of many of these Vijnanavadin arguments in stage 1 and stage 2. But then in the concluding section of my paper, I point to 3 issues that I think are very difficult for the Vijnanavadin to deal with satisfactorily. And one of them is exactly this point that you've just pointed to. Is it possible for the Vijnanavadin to explain that what is an object for me is an object for you, that objects can be experienced by Bahujana? And I don't think it is possible for the Vijnanavadin to give sense to that. The Vijnanavadin does have a response. The Vijnanavadin says, if you and I are both experiencing the same object, that's because we have shared karma. And this shared karma is creating this sense of a shared world for us. But it's not actually a shared world. It can't be, given the Vijnanavadin presuppositions, because even if you have a karmic seed, a bija, that's causing you currently to see a blue pot, and I have a karmic seed, a bija, causing me to see a blue pot, these are separate seeds, and they're therefore producing separate objects. It's not, no Vijnanavadin claims that there is some one karmic seed which produces one object which is experienceable by 2 subjects, because it's a basic presupposition of Vijnanavada that everything that I experience is the result of maturation of karmic seeds in my own mind stream. So it seems to me like it is a kind of subjective idealism, yes.
I had just one comment to leave. I don't know, again, I will leave it to others because it seems others have raised hands. Consciousness as the fundamental reality by Dharmakirti, that's what you were discussing. How does he juxtapose it with the universal momentariness? The Kshanikatva is taken to a level of universally momentariness by the Dinagas and Dharmakirtis. That's how I thought the beginning of the decline of Buddhist philosophy was in the hands of Dinaga and Dharmakirti. This is my contention for a pretty long time. If at all Buddhist decline started in India, it was started by Dinaga and carried forward by Dharmakirti with a universal momentariness thesis, which I found nowhere in Buddha's teachings at least. So in the earlier Theravada Sutra literature, nowhere Buddha seems to be talking of a universal momentariness, but definitely momentariness at a phenomenal level was discussed. So how do you then see consciousness as the fundamental reality and then Kshanikattvata?
Actually, I don't see any conflict between Kshanikavada and Vijnanavada. And also, I don't see Kshanikavada as being necessarily a decline. I see Dharmakirti's arguments for universal momentariness as quite strong, actually, and interesting, even if one has some reasons for not accepting them. But I don't see any conflict between universal momentariness and Vijnanavada. For Vijnanavadins who are committed to momentariness, it's true that everything in the universe is momentary. It's just that for them, everything in the universe is also of the nature of consciousness.
I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Question in the chat box. Would you like to read that, please?
Right. Okay. Now there's a question in the chat, which is the plausibility of classical idealists to prove their thesis lies in the ambiguous use of the term in, i.e., that the thought of the person consists in the mind, that the object lies in the mind, and so on. But the thought of an object and the very existence of an object are different, as said by Bertrand Russell in The Problem of Philosophy. Yes, excellent. I know exactly the chapter that you mean in The Problem of Philosophy, and I think Russell's argument there is quite subtle. I think I'm not going to be able to think sufficiently to recreate in my mind exactly the implications of Russell's objection and think about how the Vijnanavadin might reply to that. But your question has stimulated me to go back to that Russell chapter and think more about his argument and think about how the Vijnanavadin could possibly respond. So thank you for that question.
If you could reply your thesis and defend against correspondence theory and pragmatic theory of truth, like how would you defend your thesis against correspondence theory and pragmatic theory of truth? Of course, you may defend on coherence theory of truth, but what about correspondence and pragmatic theory of truth, sir?
Okay, yes. When you say, would you defend your thesis? Yeah, it's not my thesis, but I think you're asking me to defend Vijnanavada. Well, Vijnanavadins, for the Vijnanavadins, a coherentist theory of truth is not the only option, actually. And in fact, Dharmakirti goes for a pragmatic theory of truth, in the sense that for Dharmakirti, the criterion by which you can establish whether something is true or something is real is whether it actually succeeds in bringing about your purpose. So the way to differentiate between a mirage of water and some actually really existing water, the way to establish which of those two perceptions is true, is to walk up to the mirage or walk up to the water, and if it's still there when you get there and you can dip your cup into it and you can drink it and it quenches your thirst, then you know that the original perception was veridical. And that is an option that is open to the idealist. So that theory of distinguishing between veridical and non-veridical perception, between truth and falsity, does not depend on the existence of external objects. So the idealist can avail himself of that. But it's true that a correspondence theory of truth is going to be tricky for the idealist. But even there is one way in which an idealist can use a kind of correspondence theory of the truth. So the Sautrantika, who postulates both an image within consciousness and an external object, has a very easy way of being able to say, is a very easy way of being able to explain untrue or fallacious, erroneous perception by saying, well, in those cases, the external object exists in one way, and we experience that object in a different way. So for the Sautrantika, we can easily have a difference between the way the object exists and the way we experience it. For the direct realist and for the idealist, it looks like that's going to be difficult. Note that it's not only for the idealists that there's going to be difficulty here. This is why for direct realists, illusions and hallucinations are brought up as a really big problem. But the way that, and it's also a problem for the idealist, because neither the direct realist or the idealist can have this, has both of these two things on the table, an external object and an image within cognition, in order to say that when things go wrong, they contrast with each other. But the idealist can say, well, just as for you, Sautranticus, in the cases of illusory perception, you have the external object existing in one way, but it being experienced in another way. For us idealists, what's happening actually is the vasana exists in one way and we experience it in a different way. So that's a kind of correspondence theory even that's available even to the idealist.
Chairman, sir, can I ask a very short question to Professor Watson?
I'll wait till you've been given permission.
I think I'll ask you directly. It's a short question. If externality is not the taste of reality, what would you say?
Sorry, I missed that. I couldn't hear that.
If externality is not the taste of reality for the Vijnanavadins, what would be the taste of reality for them, finally, as well as in the phenomenal world? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, this relates a little bit to my response to the previous questions. So for Dharmakirti, the criterion for something being real or something existing is, as you say, not that it exists outside consciousness, but rather that it is capable of producing effects. In Sanskrit, the fact that it is artha kriya samartha, capable of causal efficacy. So that is the criterion that Dharmakirti gives. So the idea is that if something is incapable of producing any effects, if something is incapable of exerting any causality, then it doesn't exist. And this is another way of capturing the difference between the mirage and the real water. A mirage cannot quench your thirst, cannot produce the effect of quenching your thirst, but real water can. Since real water can, real water is real, but a mirage is not. So that's how the Vijnanavadin distinguishes between a criterion that the Vijnanavadin uses to distinguish between real water and non-real, merely mirage water, without appealing to external objects. But yes, you've put your finger on what comes up as a very natural response to the idealist, because the distinction between the mirage and the real water is certainly not as hard and fast for the idealist as it is for a realist, because the realist can say, well, the real water exists out there in the world, the mirage water doesn't. The idealist can't draw the distinction in that way.
Thank you.
I think can always go on talking this kind of talks I find very illuminating. But the thing is, we still have Professor Ramprasad to present his paper, because he's having 3 papers, and his paper is the last one. So maybe come back to questions, science questions, and all those things what they have. So right now, since we're really waiting for the paper to be presented by Professor Ramprasad, so I think it's a high time for us to really to
Thank you. The connection there was a bit bad, so I wasn't entirely clear, but I think it's been handed over to me. Thanks very much, and it was wonderful hearing Alex and seeing him only virtually after several years.
Yeah, nice to see you, and apologies for taking up some of the time of your talk, but I'm sure you'll get more at the end.
That's fine. So I'm going to share my screen and take it from there. So my talk today is going to be fairly schematic because I decided that I should perhaps try and cover a wide range of an argument rather than get into the depth of textual analysis, especially because I've written a fair amount on how I read the history of Advaita Vedanta and different thinkers. And if we went into the textual details, it was going to be difficult to find the time to make this very general point that I want to make. So to some extent, I'm going to be moving very quickly over ideas that I think most of you, even because your audience for a conference like this, will be somewhat familiar with. But I hope that suffices to be of interest to you. So basically what I'm going to be doing today is explore a particular idea, the connection between the use of the first person, the I, and various ways in which the notion of self is used in contemporary Western materials. Now, what we have as an advantage in the classical Indian materials is that we have a formal term, Atman or Atta, which is formal precisely because it can be then filled in accordance with the particular theory that a system wants to bring to bear on it. Of course, that does mean sometimes that some schools of thought might look at others and ask whether they are using the word Atman at all consistently. But we do have a place for the acceptance of Atman as a term of art, that everybody has a particular view, whether they defend it or deny it, and what they defend or what they deny. Now, we know too that we use the word self broadly as the standard English translation now for Atman. However, the self isn't quite that kind of consistent, pan-historical, pan-systemic term that it is in the classical materials. So very often the word has to be reinvented and its concept and its conceptual usage redefined as thinkers come along. I'm going to turn to a particular debate in the 21st century between two European thinkers, Thomas Metzinger and Dan Zahavi, and their apparent disagreement, perhaps real disagreement, in fact, over the use of the self. And I'm going to plot the Indian debates around Advaita and in relation to other systems on to this particular debate. The reason I want to do that is that perhaps amongst people coming out of the overlap between the analytic and phenomenological traditions and engaging with the philosophy of cognition in the 21st century, Metzinger and Zahavi have been fairly influential in the sense that they have had a bearing even on how, for example, psychologists have conducted experiments on the basis of the theorization that they have offered. So to some extent, opening up that debate through the perspectives of classical Indian thought would make a difference. So I'm going to begin with a very standard and rather formal distinctions, which will be familiar to you, which is what I call the three selves of Advaita. And of course, I use selves here with an inverted commas to alert you to the very specific ways in which Advaita uses this term. First of all, we have the sense of the self as Brahman, to the extent that the self is Brahman, which I'll broadly summarize as the name for consciousness, the universal and singular being of reality, from which in some sense all reality is no different, and which is therefore the self of all. And then we have the particular way in which the Advaitins use Atman, which is the general name for consciousness, understood as the ground of individuated being. And then thirdly, we have the Jiva, the empirical consciousness, phenomenal consciousness in the locus of every individuated being, which of course is the locus of the Ahankara, the egoity, or literally the I-making. Now, the thing is that there are different ways in which this concept of the I is used across the classical Indian systems. The main distinction I want to make is this typological distinction that all the Indian systems of gnoseology or self-knowledge have of the deceptive I maker, the Ahankara, and the self, the Atman, and its relationship to the real I, the Aham. So the relationship between the concept of Aham, the concept of Atman, and the concept of Ahankara, the Ahankara as somehow a deceptive way of looking at the Aham. At this very, very general schematic level that I promised you, I clump together Nyaya, Mimamsa, Jainism, perhaps the other Vedanta schools like Vishishtadvaita and so forth, as saying that there is a plurality of real, irreducible selves. So the individuated Atman never loses some fundamental sense of its individuatedness. And in this, the self is an object of an ontology. It's a unitary, diachronic entity that persists over time. And the I, the Aham, picks out this self-awareness. It is, as to use a Kantian term, apperception. And this apperception picks out the core self of which consciousness is a quality. Of course, not so for Vishishtadvaita, so I haven't specifically included it here. So, but definitely with Nyaya and Mimamsa, we would say that consciousness is the quality of the self, and the I usage picks out that self. However, even these systems do agree, even the Mimamsakas agree, that there is some deception in how we might use the I, where the self-awareness misascribes other features of individuation to the self, like states of mind, like characteristics of the bodily features, like social relationships. I'm sad, I'm tall, I'm the son of so-and-so. And this is, of course, the Ahankara, the erroneous I. So that the soteriological or gnoseological project of attaining freedom comes through recognizing the deceptive usages of the I and arriving at the pure use of the I as picking out the Atman. So at this very general level, I'm setting aside the many substantive philosophical differences that might happen between these pluralist theories. But these are the main features I want to bring up because I want to contrast this kind of approach to the relationship between the I, the Ahankara, and the Atman to two other well-known broad approaches. The second approach, as you would expect, is all Buddhist systems which are committed to Anatmavada. And again, I'm going to be talking at a very, very, very general level, because just going back to a previous point that's made, there might well be disagreements over, well, how could we possibly talk about the kind of attitudes that are found about the denial of the self in the Theravada sources and the Pali sources? How could we even talk about it in the same way as we would with the Mahayana sources and the different kinds of Mahayana systems? So I'm talking about a level of generality in which I hope that the commonality of the Buddhist systems is found. Broadly for them, there only ever is an illusory sense of I. There is no way of picking out an I. Every I ascription is illusory. All I usage is misascription of various contingent features of mental and physical states. So, of course, if you look at the Theravada systems, it would be through the khandhas, the 5 khandhas. And as we were talking about earlier in the previous panel, there might be an additional requirement that these systems are momentary, or at least they are unstable. So one core idea is that it is simply an illusion to think that the I, in whatever way, whether it's picking out a particular state or whether it's trying to reach beyond contingent features, whatever it is an illusion to think that the I could reach a non-existent unitary self. There is no such. And again, keeping at that very broad level of generality, the consciousness that does this kind of I making is either one of or more, is one of the sort of contingent features of an ontology, as example in the Abhidhamma systems of the skandhas or khandhas, or it is, as in Vijnanavada and in Sautrantika Buddhism, is the only reality, perhaps even momentary. But in any case, the consciousness that does the I making is not the true bearer in any way ultimately of a unitary diachronic I, because there is no such. Incidentally, a contemporary analytic philosopher, Galen Strawson, wants to combine 2 different ideas, where he wants to say that consciousness is momentary, and yet at the same time, there is a real self, except that it is momentary. So he kind of sits at an odd angle to this position, where he says there are real selves, but they are momentary selves. My very quick, rough answer is that no Buddhist would be able to commit themselves to that view, because any form of I, whether momentary or diachronically unitary, would be the source of clinging and therefore would have to be given up in any interpretation of the Buddha's teachings. That's by the way, and I don't want to have anything turn on that. And then finally, we have this peculiar Advaitic notion that there is a self, but there is no individuation, or rather, individuation is not irreducible. So there isn't a plurality of selves. The plurality is illusory, but there is a self. There is a unitary diachronic consciousness whose intrinsic feature is self-awareness or reflexivity or luminosity, prakasha, and therefore it can be called a self. So the Advaitic notion is, look, the point about a self is its reflexivity. And so long as consciousness is unitary and diachronic, stable, in fact eternal, then it is called a self. The I is a special internal organ or mental function. Of course, there are differences. What exactly is the antakarana? That erroneously ascribes various characteristics to that consciousness to make it an experiential or a phenomenal or individuated self. That is to say, there is no distinction between the I making and a real I. The use of the I is always an illusory making of an I, because the I individuates. So long as the I is individuating, it's separating what I can say about myself as opposed to what you can say as an I about yourself. So long as that individuation is there and it is performed by the I usage, it is illusory, because it can be reduced away on the Advaitic metaphysical view. Of course, if the I is used, as it is linguistically, not for the higher complex task of individuation, but simply to pick out reflexively, to be indexical in a formal way, then of course the Advaitins cannot deny that we use the I. So for example, Sureshwara talks about how the I is sort of has a lakshana, it's a secondary meaning of the self by virtue of its perspectival association. So we can use it so long as we always keep in mind that we are not picking out an Atman through the I, but rather that the I's capacity to be indexical picks out the Atman. So the I does not name the Advaitic self, but has an association with it. So it is this peculiar combination that has puzzled the rest of the classical Indian systems and indeed Western thinkers who have come to this, that there is the assertion of the reality of an Atman. We translate the Atman as a self, and yet there is a denial that the I picks out or names the self in any systematic way. Okay, so let's turn to this contemporary debate and look at these two figures that I mentioned before and their views before I then bring the Advaitic material to bear on the disagreement between them. So we have Dan Zahavi, the Danish phenomenologist. So he's been arguing over the last 20 years that actually we have two senses of the self. He says there's a phenomenologically constitutive, what he calls minimal self, which is the perspectival subject. That is to say, it has a unique perspective that no other point of consciousness can have. That is to say, if there are two moments of consciousness that share perspective, then they belong to the same subject self. So it has, to use the phrase going back to Husserl, an each in case mineness. So everybody has a mineness that cannot be shared, Gemeinsamkeit. It is what Zahavi calls a formal individuation, a formal individuation. And certainly when you read that from the perspective of the Indian materials, you could say, oh, that sounds very much like the standard pluralist, realist notion of the Atman. It's a formal individuation, not the filled in concrete individuation, which is about the bodily features and the mental states and the social relationalities, but the formal feature of saying there is a perspective which is not shared by any other perspective. That is the distinction between two subject selves. And then he also has a more extended sense of self, which he says constitutes our normal sense of personhood, given by a richer and robust psychophysical being. Zahavi does not think that this is an erroneous self, but he does agree that it is derivative of the first. So to some extent, it is a little bit like how the Indian systems disevaluate ahankara. Except he says, well, it's not a problem to be got rid of, but its derivativeness is required to be understood. And this view has been quite a striking contribution to the Western debate, where self and personhood are almost always run together in very interesting ways. Whereas what we would think of in terms of personhood, which is in terms of the ahankara, which is also in terms of the normal person, the pumsa, or the pudgala, and so forth on the one hand, and the Atman as a formal individuation on the other, that is, in a sense, it seems to me, something that Zahavi has kind of stumbled on. He did not know when he was doing this, but some of us from Indian philosophical background, like Ganeri or Sideritz and I have pointed out to him that, in fact, this distinction is something that is operative in a lot of the classical Indian materials, which he obviously doesn't want to deny. But in the Western context, this distinction between a formal individuation and an extended sense of self, although Zahavi doesn't value them differentially like the Indian system is quite a striking feature. Metzinger, on the other hand, developing his views almost at the same time as Zahavi, famously starts his major book from 2003 with this phrase, nobody ever was or had a self. He says the self is a shadow of consciousness. His theory, which is over 800 pages, so we can't really sum it up, but I'm going to try in a couple of sentences. His main idea is that, look, consciousness is real. Consciousness exists. Sometimes he seems to be thinking about it in a physicalist way, at other times he's not, so I won't go into that. But his idea is consciousness is a system. It's an interactive, overarching existence that builds the world, in which the fact that it builds a perspectival quality of mindness, the egoity, the perspective, a phenomenal self, is not itself apparent to consciousness. So his idea is consciousness has a particular construction of the world, and that construction includes the perspective. So when this conscious system here is thinking and experiencing an awareness of a computer screen in front of what? It constructs also as part of that model in front of an I. So the I is built as a way of explaining the nature of experience in the world. So he says it is built into it. And that is something that, so long as we have ordinary experience, no conscious system, no organic individual can step out of that sense of being an individual, of having a sense of mindness. Only if consciousness reconfigures this global model can there be what he calls lucid consciousness, without self-ascription of experience. And although he's not a scholar of the Indian traditions, Metzinger suggests that Buddhist and Advaitic notions of enlightenment, self-realization point to this possibility. So he has had enough contact with this to say, that's what they're talking about. And it seems to me that he's broadly right, that if you are going to have any kind of a denial of the irreducible reality of individual perspectival consciousness, you have to explain it. Why is it that all experience seems to contain this perspectivalness? Now, for the realist pluralist schools, yes, of course, there is a certain kind of construction, the egoity, the ahankara, but strip away those accidental features, you do have a perspective, something that looks very much like Zahavi's core self. But from Metzinger's point of view, even that perspectival nature is part of the construction. For consciousness to exist and function in the world as it appears, it is necessary for it to have that perspective. Only by reconfiguring and deconstructing away that perspective can consciousness lose its perspectivalness, this apparent sense of a self. And I think he is right to that extent that at very broad level, this notion of deconstructing the perspectival is what the Advaitins and various Buddhist schools, especially the Mahayana schools, do. So if we look at the contemporary debate and how people have said, well, is Zahavi right? Is there a self? Is there no self, as Metzinger says? I just want to say, well, it depends on what you advaitically mean. So here is a set of clusterings of different views. Is the self a model of self-ascribed features? Metzinger, Advaita, and Buddhism would say no. Zahavi would say yes, but only derivatively. And all the pluralist Hindu systems, Nyaya, Mimamsa, and so forth, would say no, because erroneously constructed. So what we are having here is the notion of this ahankara, the notion of an extended sense of a self that says, I am such and such, I am so-and-so, I have these qualities and so forth, except Zahavi, all the other perspectives we are thinking of would say, no, that isn't really there. But if we shift to the question, is a self a perspectival mindness towards such features? Is there a formally individuated self whose perspective makes it take on these features. Metzinger, Advaita, and Buddhism would still say, no, there is no such self. Zahavi would say, yes, it is the core self. And the pluralist Hindu systems would say, yes, it is the Atman. It is the true self. So now you can see how these patterns start emerging between how you are talking about the self. And what I'm saying here is that, of course, this presents a real challenge to the dominant Western perspectives, in which a self normally is the person with his or her self-ascribed features. So that challenge to that is something that in which Metzinger comes very close to all the classical Indian systems of thought. Then we get to this particular place where we leave aside all the realist individualist positions that somehow are committed to an irreducible formal I, whether it's Zahavi or whether it is Nyaya, say. We have two questions which then unpick this triangular relationship between Advaita, Metzinger's position, and the Buddhist position. Is the consciousness whose reflexivity somehow generates an illusion of perspectival individuation? Is that a self? Is the consciousness that generates that illusion, is there something that might still be called a self? Metzinger and Buddhism would still say, no, there is no place at which you can revert to the notion of a self. But this is where the Advaitins would say, oh yes, there is an Atman. That consciousness whose reflexivity, whose luminosity is consistent with the generation of an illusion. Of course, the self itself doesn't generate according to the Advaitins. We don't have the time to go into. What the Advaitins would say is it is consistent to both say that there is a self, and at the same, which is reflexive, which is luminous, aware of itself, aware, and yet at the same time, there is an illusion of a perspectival individuation. But Metzinger and the Buddhists would say, no, you can't even rest there. But if you turn it around and say, is consciousness that generates the perspectival illusion diachronic? Is it unitary? Don't call it the self. Is there something that lasts throughout? Metzinger says yes, because he is not saying that consciousness that models this, the system that he calls consciousness, is momentary, or that it is fragmentary, or that is linked. So he wants to say, oh, I call consciousness the capacity to be aware, but I don't call it a self. But from the Advaitic perspective, that precisely is the self. Once you're committed to consciousness as reflexive stability over time, then that is the Atman. From the English language point of view, it makes very little sense to think of the self if you're tied to the notion that a self is individuated, that my self is different from yourself. Then you cannot use the word self here without flouting, it seems, the usages of the English language. So Metzinger is committed to saying there never was, nobody has ever been a self. But because Atman has this other kind of formal function, the Advaitins could say, yes, reflexivity is selfhood. So my point is that Metzinger might say there is no self, but what he's saying about consciousness as this universal model which generates the illusion of perspective, what he's talking about is what the Advaitins would talk of as Atman. But that stability, that diachronic unity, of course, is something that the Buddhists would deny, because in the Indian systems, to admit the diachronic unity of consciousness is to admit to Atman, and Buddhist doctrinal commitments don't permit it. So the Advaitic understanding of Atman therefore puts pressure on the intuitions about the relationship between three factors. perspectival mindness, that specificity of outlook that nobody shares with anybody else, reflexivity, luminosity, that nothing can occur without its occurrence being transparent to itself, reflexivity, and unitariness, diachronic unitariness, as well as synchronic unitariness. But I'm talking primarily about diachronic unity across time. The major divides, contemporary Western and classical Indian, is therefore between those who would accept all three as constituting self, which would be Zahavi, would be Nyaya. They would all say, look, a self or an Atman has all of these. And those who accept only two, that is reflexivity, while denying perspectival mindness and denying unitariness, and thereby denying the self. But Advaita is very odd. It denies perspectival mindness, which is a formal feature of individuation as the mark of the Atman, but it says that reflexivity and unitariness are both features of the Atman. That is the uniqueness of the Advaitic standpoint. And as I was saying, for all its contentiousness and all the difficulties, of course, it faces from other systems of thought, it makes sense because of the capacity of the notion, the term Atman, to take these different sort of perspectives. However, as soon as we use the word self, which for other reasons is a perfectly good word to use, into the English context, we put a lot of pressure on what even the word self could mean. So the Advaitic perspective makes us rethink whether self could be something that has to do primarily with reflexivity and not with perspectival mindness. But of course, the equation between consciousness and self in Advaita is a challenge and a provocation in itself, regardless of whether you're thinking of the Western or Indian context. And as a last word, I'm guessing perhaps it might be, I don't know who's put that red, is it Alex? I don't know, it says, note that I have not brought in Pratyabhijna, the combination of principles in that system does not easily compare or contrast with the views we have been discussing here. To compare it is yet another task, which is for another day. Thank you.
That was not me, that was Aisha.
Oh, right. Well, you could imagine, you could see why I thought it might be.
So thank you, sir. This is quite in detail. You have given a totally different perspective of the issues we have discussed. It is very, very actually informative, and not only that, and then you have taken us to some kind of a depth which many Indian scholars would not think about. And it's definitely very, illuminating. So now, having presented such a wonderful and very original paper, so Professor Ramprasad's paper is open for discussion. So all the participants and colleagues, scholars, students, you are free to ask 2 questions. So that I invite all of you so that we'll go on having this discussion part.
I must also apologize. I have only about 10 minutes left. I have to leave for another meeting. So if I could have a couple of observations, I'll try and respond to that. Then I must leave.
There is a limit. There is limit. Yeah.
Chairperson, sir, may I?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, Professor Ramprasad Chakravarti. This is Munmun from Assam University. Welcome you, sir. I didn't get chance to welcome you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming, for being with us, and thank you for this wonderful presentation. I mean, this is an excellent comparative analysis you made between Advaita, Buddhism, and then Dan Zahavi and Thomas Metzinger. I read your paper, sir. I read many of your articles and paper, particularly your work, the situating the elusive Advaitic self. And there you also have discussed this thing. I mean, the very analysis between Advaitic concept of self and Thomas Metzinger's view of consciousness and Dan Zahavi's minimal self. I found it really very, very interesting, and I was influenced. I mean, after that only I started reading Dan Zahavi, Metzinger, and thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. I just want to know one thing from you. That's my observation. Since you are very much aware of these contemporary works, like there are group of thinkers who are known as advocate of non-self theory. Like among them, Miri Al-Behiri is one very popular name. And what I noticed that even after they deny, they challenge to accept any permanent self, or they are also against the Advaitic notion of self or Atman. But the kind of witness consciousness they are talking about is not something different from what we call Shakshi in Advaita. So this is my observation, sir. And second thing is that the very distinction Zahavi made between minimal self and the extended self, even if he didn't deny the extended self, but somehow he considered that minimal self or the perspectival mindness is something primary, the very foundation, the basis. So, what is your reflection on that?
Right. On the first thing, I think that Miri says that, she admits, in fact, her argument is that the Buddha is functioning in a broadly Upanishadic world. And so there is a far greater connection between what he is teaching about consciousness. That is, he's nowhere overtly denying that particular doctrine. I think historically, I've never yet found any, I found that I haven't found anybody who has historical grounding in Buddhism who accepts her view. Philosophically, her position is quite plausible, but whether it is a Buddhist position, I think, is a real issue, because it then raises the question of what anatta could even possibly mean if it is really just a way of talking about Sakshi by another language. I think in my talk, at some point in the PowerPoint, I do acknowledge that what Dan says is that the extended self is derivative. So he kind of equivocates. There are places where he says in his writings, he tends to think that it's constructed and therefore it doesn't have the same kind of metaphysical status as the perspectival self. But at other times, sometimes in conversation or in conferences, he sort of slightly switches and says, well, just because it's derivative, just because it's not core, does not mean it's real. It has all these functions. There's nothing illusory about it. So I think he's somewhat equivocal on how to, and one way you could be supportive of him and say, well, it might be metaphysically problematic, but it's not functionally problematic. But then if you say that, you are in line with, I don't know, Mimamsa, for example, who's very, very careful. In Kumarila, for example, is very careful to deny, because it is, of course, this person who conducts the ritual. So you can't deny their reality. But at the same time, you want to, how do you relate that with the notion of an Atman? So I think that that same quandary that afflicts 7th century Mimamsa thought also affects Zahavi in that way. I could take another question and go after that. Thank you. I think it's Dr. Rajan.
Yeah, Thank you, sir. I hope I am audible to you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. Sir, I have just one query from Gilbert Ryle's point of view. You know, when we try to study the idea of self in Indian philosophy, so I am often in the dilemma whether that ghost in the machine kind of allegation applies to Indian philosophy or not. So when we try to apply this thing on Advaitic notion of self, does that thing also applies to Advaita philosophy or not? Moreover, if Advaita negates this thesis, then how does Advaita defend that there is a self? The last slide of you, like self or no self, depends on you in what way you use it. So if Advaita defends self against materialism, then does it also doesn't it fall in the same category as Charvaka says that self is nothing more than the combination of our senses or the combination of materials? So how do you look at this, that the ghost of the machine, ghost in the machine, or like the combination of whole of the self?
Yeah, so the ghost in the machine is itself a little bit of a problem. Ryle's notion of the ghost in the machine makes sense in the context of a very particular period in analytic, early 20th century analytic philosophy, because there is nowhere near the kind of phenomenological analysis of the notion of the self that we find in Indian thought, in modern Western thought. You have also the conflation of the notion of the mind and the notion of the self that is due to Descartes. You also have, as I said, an under-appreciation of the notion of consciousness at the time Ryle is talking about, except perhaps in James. So Ryle is able to say that if the only way of understanding the mind is as something that is found in a material world, whose nature is unproblematic, but which is not explained by the material world, then you have this anomaly. But as subsequent thinkers, for example, in panpsychism have been developing in the last 20 or 30 years, what you even mean by the material is an issue. That's not necessarily to be anti-scientific, but it is simply to say we have fundamental problems with holding the Newtonian distinction between the material and the immaterial fixed. Ryle was working through a time in which, although quantum mechanics was emerging and there were fundamental challenges to the nature of matter, he was still thinking that you might have a broad physicalist notion in which the notion of the nature of the material is clear. But once you start putting pressure, as we do in the Indian discussions over a very long period of time, over what matter means, how you analyze the distinction between mind as a certain sense of functionality and consciousness as this phenomenal presence, then the very terms within which Ryle was functioning sort of fall apart. And that's why even in Western thought, perhaps apart from a small, relatively conservative set of physicalists, Ryle's notion of the ghost in the machine as a query about the nature of the self has not really retained its traction. As far as the interactivity is concerned, it's not just the Charvaka, of course, in a different way. That's what the Theravada Buddhists say. I mean, arguably, that is the interpretation of the Buddha's teachings in the Pali canonical materials, that there are these skandhas, and it is simply the interactions between them that generates the illusion of the self. So I can't rehearse then 2000 years of philosophical debate, except to say that the question becomes, is the analysis of the presence that is consciousness, the undergoing, the nature of subjectivity, entirely explained by a compositional analysis, or do you put this consciousness first as the very presence that generates composition? These are, I think, competing intuitions, which is why, of course, it has never been resolved. Whether you start with consciousness and try and say, well, everything else is explanatorily dependent on it, Or are you going to feel that it is possible to start elsewhere and say, even though it's my consciousness that is generating this explanation, I can collapse it into one of the explananda themselves? These are actually, I think, intuitions rather than something that can simply be resolved. If it were, we wouldn't have had all these centuries of debates. I'm sorry, I really do apologize. I must rush to another, I timed it, but I have a 10 o'clock conference that I have to drive to university for. So I'd like to thank you all very much for taking the time to attend. And I apologize again that I have to leave, but do be in touch with me if you have further questions. My email is on the Lancaster University website.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So, Munmun, I think I always desist myself from giving any summary of this kind of thing, because all those questions and answers just speak for themselves. So I think let us call it a day, and it was very enjoyable and very fruitful kind of thing, the 3 papers. So with that, I think I hand over the program to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for carrying this session and also for your valuable observation and comments. Thank you so much. And at the same time, I want to thank all these great thinkers, Professor Raghunath sir, Professor Alex Watson, and Professor Ram Prasad Chakravarti. Thank you for being with us. It was really a wonderful session, wonderful beginning, and we will take a break for say 1 hour. Then we have 2 more sessions today, and we have again some very good speakers for our next sessions. So I request all our participants, please join us around 3:40, 3:40 or 3:30. We will start the session around 3:45. Yeah. And many of our speakers are here, Dr. Shakuntala Madam, Dr. Pai sir, and then Professor Milan sir, you, and then Arup sir, and Dr. Rafuiza Madam. I request all of you, please join us around 3:45. And thank you once again, everyone, for being with us.
Okay.
Thank you.
you.
The